long journey, the commissioners will be the first ones to raise their hands and say, thank you, yes, it was a long journey. From waking up very early in the morning and burning the midnight oil, the commissioners endured during this inquiry under different circumstances, but we proceeded all the way up to this day. Commissioners, thank you very, very much. Let me also thank the Secretariat, led by two secretaries, Legal Counsel Chizaso Nyirongo, and also His Worship, the Chief Resident Magistrate for Blantyre, Mr. Paul Chiwocha, and also the entire Secretariat team from the Office of the President Cabinet, who also endured throughout this period to achieve the results that we have achieved today. Please have it in your heart that the service to the nation that you have demonstrated really is really appreciated in this regard. We may all recall that on 10th of June 2024, a Malawi Air Force Donia 228-2202K aircraft, registration number MAF TO3, departed from Kamuzu International Airport for Mzuzu Airport, carrying the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, the late Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chilima, and his entourage of 5 personnel. The Vice President had intended to attend the funeral of the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General, the late Mr. Raf Kasambara, who was being buried later that day. The aircraft did not arrive in Mzuzu at its designated time, a matter which prompted search and rescue mission of the said aircraft. All attempts to communicate with the aircraft did not yield a response. However, on the 11th June, a search team discovered the wreck of MAF-TO3 aircraft with all passengers and crew deceased. Funerals were conducted for the deceased personnel and the crew, and the late Vice President was buried on 17th June 2024. Prior to the burial, at the funeral ceremony of the late Vice President on 15th June 2024 at Bingu National Stadium, calls were made by various entities to His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Makathi Chakwera, the President of the Republic, to conduct an independent and credible investigation into the aircraft accident. In his address at the funeral, His Excellency the President appealed to the international community to assist with the investigation into the probable cause of the accident and matters surrounding the accident. We all recall that the government of the Federal Republic of Germany responded to the request and sent an investigation team of 3 experts. These experts comprised 2 from the German Federal Bureau of Aircraft Investigation, BFU, and 1 expert from the General Atomics, the current manufacturers of the Donia aircraft. This investigation is currently underway. I would qualify it to say this technical investigation is currently underway. And an interim report of the investigation team was released on 30th of August 2024. And it is expected that all factors being constant, BFU shall release its final report of the accident in May 2025. Let me clarify and state that the mandate to appoint a Commission of Inquiry is derived from the Commissions of Inquiry Act, Chapter 1801 of the Laws of Malawi. Under Section 2, Subsection 1 of the Act, the President may issue a commission under his hand and the public seal of Malawi, appointing one or more commissioners and authorizing commissioners to inquire, I keep emphasizing, to inquire into any matter in which an inquiry would be for the public welfare. His Excellency the President, therefore, deemed that the aircraft accident involving MAFT-03 is a matter in which an inquiry would be for public welfare. Having exercised his powers under Section 2, Subsection 2 of the Act, the President appointed the Commission for a period of up to 30 November 2024. And specifically, in that regard, the Commission was supposed to conduct this inquiry as follows. 1, or I should say A, conduct a thorough investigation into circumstances prior to, during, and after the aircraft accident involving MAFT-03 owned and operated by the Malawi Air Force from the time the aircraft departed from Kamuzu International Airport until the aircraft was discovered on 11th of June 2024, including but not limited to establishing the following matters. 1, the manner and procedures of procuring the use of the aircraft from Malawi Air Force. 2, the state and performance of the aircraft the previous day and on the day of the accident. 3, the status, condition, experience, and capacity of the crew operating the aircraft. 4, the aviation protocols followed at the point of departure and the expected destination. 5, any communication between the passengers on board the aircraft and any persons on the ground during the flight. 6, notification of the missing aircraft when the Malawi Air Force was informed and the course and order of events taken place in response of that. 7, escalation of the notification of the missing aircraft to His Excellency the President. What was communicated to the President and what directives the President gave. 8, the search and rescue efforts from commencement through areas of focus to the point of discovering the wreckage of the aircraft on 11th June 2024. 9, the alleged suspension of the search and rescue efforts on 10th June 2024. And finally, the probable cause of the aircraft accident. This is under A. B, the Commission was further tasked to consider, determine, and inquire into all aspects surrounding the death of the late Vice President and 8 others, including but not limited to establishing the following matters. 1, the cause of death for all persons on board the aircraft. 2, the survivability of the accident. C, the Commission was further called on to consider, determine, and inquire into the circumstances and order of events to every extent possible, the events and the role and activities of various individuals between the 10th and 11th of June 2024. And finally, make such inquiry and such findings and recommendations as are incidental to and connected with the aircraft accident of MAFT-03 on 10th of June 2024. As all of us may have been aware, the Commission was tasked to present its report and findings and recommendations to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Malawi at the conclusion of the inquiry no later than 30th November 2024. As you are aware, this mission was extended, and this shall be expounded in the first part of the report as we get into the actual report. Let me state that the findings of the Commission, the evidence that you are going to hear today, is based on the evidence collected from a lot of witnesses that the Commission interviewed. And therefore, these findings are findings that are directly related to the evidence which we collected. Being a very big document, the commissioners will go through this report, each and every line, until we go finally to the findings and recommendation and to the end of the report. For us to do the same, a set of commissioners will be reading through the report, starting from the introduction, which is going to be commissioned by Commissioner Monsignor Tawale, who will start the ball rolling, and it will be passed over from commissioner to commissioner, line by line, until we finish the report. Let me ask you to please pay attention. I'm saying this because it pleased His Excellency the President to direct that we first present this report to the general public before presenting to him. Therefore, after this presentation, we are going to formally present this report to His Excellency, the President, and it shall please him whether to publish this report, whether to keep it, and so on and so forth. Therefore, at the end of this press conference, this report is not going to be shared. We therefore request you to be attentive and therefore take the notes accordingly so that you report to the nation as you do, clearly and faithfully. I would like to remind you that the report actually is a result of rigorous examination and analysis of this evidence, faithfully, transparently, and truthfully by the commissioners. At this point, let me hand over to Commissioner Monsignor Tawale to start reading the report accordingly. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. This is the introductory part of the report. This is the report of the Commission of Inquiry that was appointed by His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, on 25th October 2024. The Commission was appointed to broadly inquire into the circumstances surrounding the aircraft accident involving the Malawi Air Force, Tonia 228-202K, serial number 8148, and bearing registration number Malawi Air Force TO3 that led to the death of all passengers and crew on board on 10th June 2024. The deceased passengers on board the aircraft were the late Right Honorable Dr. Klaus Chirima, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, Madam Patricia Shani Zimbiri, former First Lady of the Republic of Malawi, and an advisor in the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Abdul Kingston Lapukeni, the Deputy Chief of Protocol in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Lucas Kapena, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Inspector Chisomo Chimameni, the late Vice President's Guard Commander, the late Vice President's Aide Camp, Mr. Daniel Kanyemba, the late Vice President's Medical Officer. The deceased crew members comprise the late Colonel Owen Louis Sambalopa, pilot in command, the late Major Florence Rex Selemani, co-pilot, and the late Major Wallace Jordan Aidini, flight engineer. The crew members were all service members of the Air Force, one of the four specialized services of the Malawi Defense Force. At the end of its assignment, the Commission was due to present this report detailing its findings in line with its terms of reference, including a set of recommendations on any matter that it deemed fit. Background. On 10th June 2024, at 9:17 hours local time, a flight with the call sign AF88M, Malawi 2, bearing the Donia 228-202K, operated by the Air Force, departed Kamuzu International Airport for Mzuzu Airport. On board the aircraft were 6 passengers and 3 crew members. The late Vice President and his entourage were scheduled to attend a funeral ceremony for one of Malawi's prominent lawyers and former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, late Mr. Raphael Kasambara, Senior Counsel at Chijere Village Traditional Authority, Timbiri in Nkarabe District. According to the flight plan filed by the First Officer, Major Selemani, just before the departure from Kia, the aircraft had flying time fuel of 4 hours, having refueled at Kamuzu International Airport with 483 liters of Jet A1 fuel, and was expected to climb to 9,000 feet above sea level on its way to Mzuzu. At the time of filing the flight plan, the call sign of MAFT03, which was initially AF88M, was changed to Malawi 2 as it was going to carry the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. The estimated time of arrival at Mzuzu Airport was 10:02 hours, and at 10:12 hours, Malawi Air Force TO3 contacted Mzuzu Airport Control Tower, indicating that they were approaching the airport and were 20 nautical miles to the north thereof. At that point, the pilot was given the runway in use, being runway 17. In addition, the control tower provided Malawi Air Force TO3 with the weather information at the Mzuzu Airport. This, however, was the last contact with Malawi Air Force TO3, as further attempts by the Mzuzu Airport Control Tower to communicate with the aircraft 5 minutes later to establish its position and attitude failed. Mzuzu Control Tower extended its efforts to locate the aircraft by contacting Kamuzu International Airport and making inquiries from other possible locations where the aircraft could have landed, but to no avail. This triggered an emergency, resulting in the immediate activation of a rescue coordination center at Kamuzu International Airport in line with standard operating procedures in such situations. Later, a search and rescue operation was mounted involving various stakeholders, including Malawi Defense Force, Malawi Police Service, the Civil Aviation Authority, Department of Civil Aviation, Reply Limited, local people in the vicinity, and many others. On the 11th, June 2024, the search and rescue operation led to the discovery of the wreckage of the aircraft, the MAF-TO3, on Pampara Hill at Ntungwa in Nkarabe district. All passengers and crew on board the aircraft were found dead. Appointment of the commission. Prior to the burial and during the funeral ceremony of the late Vice President held on 15th June 2024 at the Bingu National Stadium in Lilongwe, there were several calls made to His Excellency the President by various entities to conduct an independent and credible investigation into the aircraft accident. In his address at the funeral ceremony at Bingu National Stadium, His Excellency the President made an appeal to the international community to assist with the investigations on the probable cause of the accident. The call was in addition to the investigation that was due to be undertaken by the Malawi Defense Force in accordance with the Defense Force Act number 24 of 2023. In response to His Excellency the President's call, the government of the Federal Republic of Germany dispatched a team of investigators from the German Federal Bureau of Aircraft Accident Investigation. This team was supported by an expert from the current Dornier aircraft manufacturer, General Atomics. The team arrived in the country on 22nd June 2024 and commenced its investigations. Before leaving the country on 29th June 2024, the team briefed government and members of the late Vice President family on their preliminary findings. On 30th August, BFU released an interim report through their website. It is expected that the final report on the aircraft accident shall be released in May 2025. On 25th October 2024, His Excellency the President, in exercise of his powers under Section 2, brackets 1 of the Commissions of Inquiry, Act Cap 18-01, the Act appointed the Commission to inquire into the accident involving the aircraft. Section 2, brackets 1 of the Act gives power to the President to appoint such a commission to inquire into any matter in which an inquiry would be for the public welfare. His Excellency, the President, deemed that the aircraft accident was a matter in which an inquiry would be for the public welfare. Accordingly, it pleased His Excellency, the President, to appoint 19 people to serve as commissioners, and the composition of the commission is contained in Government Notice number 64 of 31st October 2024, which is attached to this report as Annex 1. On 28th October 2024, all the 19 commissioners and the 2 secretaries in the commission took their oaths as prescribed by the Act at Kamuzu Palace in Lilongwe. The commissioners commenced their assignment immediately after taking their oaths. At the time of compiling this report, there were 17 commissioners in the commission, 2 having resigned. Mr. Sylvester Namiwa and Pastor Tony Y. Nyirenda resigned from the commission on their respective personal grounds under cover of their letters to His Excellency, the President, dated 30th October 2024 and 21st November 2024, respectively. Terms of reference for the Commission. Section 2, brackets 2 of the Act prescribes that a commission constituted by His Excellency the President under the Act to conduct an inquiry shall be provided with a specific subject as well as the nature and extent of the inquiry. This may include any directions on such matters as the President may direct. In this regard, the President particularized the assignment through terms of reference which are attached to this report as Annex 2, where His Excellency the President specifically tasked the Commission to: A, conduct a thorough investigation into the circumstances prior to, during, and after the aircraft accident involving Malawi Air Force TO3 owned and operated by the Malawi Air Force from the time the aircraft departed from Kamuzu International Airport until it was discovered on 11th June 2024. This included, but not limited to, the manner and procedures of procuring the use of the aircraft from the Malawi Air Force, 2, the state and performance of the aircraft the previous day and on the day of the aircraft accident, the status, conditions, experience, and capacity of the crew operating the aircraft, the aviation protocols followed at the point of departure and expected destination, any communications between the passengers on board the aircraft and any persons on the ground during the flight. 6, notification of the missing aircraft when the Malawi Air Force was informed and the course and order of events taken in response. 7, escalation of the notification of the missing aircraft to His Excellency the President, what was communicated to the President and what directives the President gave. 8, the search and rescue efforts from commencement through areas of focus to the point of discovering the wreckage of the aircraft on 11th June 2024. The alleged suspension of the search and rescue efforts on 10th June 2024. And finally, the probable cause of the aircraft accident. B, consider, determine, and inquire into all aspects surrounding the death of the late Vice President and 8 others, including but not limited to establishing the cause of death for all persons on board the aircraft and the survivability of the accident. Consider, determine, and inquire into the circumstances and order of events to every extent possible, the events and the role and activities of the various individuals between 10th and 11th June 2024, and make such inquiry and such findings and recommendations as are incidental to and connected with the aircraft accident on 10th June 2024. In the implementation of the mandate given by the President, the Commission was given full access to all government ministries, departments and agencies, and all other non-state institutions. Through the terms of reference, His Excellency the President urged all government agencies, private entities, civil society, organizations, and members of the general public with relevant information to cooperate with the Commission and to provide or grant access to relevant documents or materials and to provide it with all the information necessary to fulfill its mandate. 1.4, the methodology. The Commission held its inception meeting from 28th to 29th October 2024, immediately after the Commissioners and the Secretaries took their oaths of office. The meeting was convened for the Commission to discuss and resolve how it was going to approach and execute the task before it. During the meeting, the Commission took time to consider the relevant instruments applicable to its assignment, considered and reviewed the terms of reference, produced a tentative list of all the key stakeholders and individuals crucial to the implementation of its work, and developed its overall work plan. One of the key issues that was discussed and resolved during the first day was Section 2, brackets 2E of the Act, which empowers the Commission of Inquiry appointed under the Act to decide whether or not an inquiry shall be held in public, with reservation nevertheless to the commissioners to exclude any person or persons if they deem fit for the due conduct of the inquiry and the preservation of order, or for another reason. Having considered and discussed the same, the Commission resolved to proceed and hold the inquiry by way of hearings in camera. In reaching this conclusion, the Commission considered the diverse interests and the emotions that the issue had generated locally and internationally, and specifically as follows. A, The Commission resolved that holding of public hearings had the potential to expose witnesses or would-be witnesses to multiple security risks or the likelihood of negative backlash from certain interested parties or the communities that they live in. B. Certain people may not feel comfortable to appear before the Commission to present their evidence, knowing that they were being monitored live on radio or television. C. The Commission felt that there was a very high risk of evidence contamination, that is, witnesses deliberately coming to present different testimony to counter the testimonies given by other witnesses, thereby raising the risk of having tailored testimonies to suit their respective scripts. D. It was going to pose a logistical problem to have the hearings publicly bearing in mind that the Commission had resolved to hold these hearings at diverse places at very short notice and within marginal timelines, bearing in mind the deadline within which the Commission had to present its report. E. To maintain the privacy of the individuals as well as certain information received during the testimonies, bearing in mind the likelihood of receipt of privileged information documents in respect of some institutions or individuals such as medical or military records, and also to respect the dignity of witnesses, including bereaved family members and friends. The Commission resolved to bring itself closer to the general public by holding its hearings in Mzimba and Mzuzu in the northern region, Zomba and Blantyre in the southern region, and Lilongwe in the central region in that order. To that effect, the Commission issued a press release at the end of the meetings informing members of the general public of its schedule. Through the same, the Commission called on the general public to come forward to present any credible information that they had in respect of the accident. The press release was made available to all print and electronic media outlets. The Commission further proceeded to consider all the stakeholders that took part in the events of the 9th, 10th, and 11th June 2024 and thereafter, and compiled a list of key witnesses to be consulted in the process of the inquiry. Summons were issued to secure their attendance as prescribed under the Act. The Commission had hearings in the northern region from 4th to 9th November 2024. The first of the hearings was conducted at the site of the accident on Pampara Hill at Ntungwa in Nkarabe district. This was followed by hearings that were conducted at Ntungwa CCP Church, Grand Palace Hotel in Mzuzu, Tungwa Forestry Office, and Kasangazi Full Primary School in Mzimba district. The Commission also visited the Mzuzu Airport, where it specifically gathered evidence from the control tower, the airport police, the airport meteorological officers, and the airport emergency services officers. The Commission heard testimonies from senior and junior members of the Malawi Defense Force, Malawi Police, Mzuzu Central Hospital, Raipli, Mzuzu Airport, and different stakeholders and individuals who had first-hand information on the unfortunate events of 10th June 2024. From the northern region, the Commission proceeded to Zomba, where it conducted its hearings from 11th to 13th November 2024. The hearings were first conducted at the Zomba Air Base of the Malawi Air Force, where the Commission took testimonies from serving and retired service members. The Commission had the opportunity to inspect the aircraft wreckage and gathered evidence accordingly. The Commission proceeded to Zomba District Council offices, where it held further hearings with a member of the bereaved family and a member of the public. The Commission then proceeded to Blantyre, where it had a series of hearings from 14th to 16th November 2024 with different key stakeholders from the Department of Meteorological Offices, Malawi University of Science and Technology, MAST, Telecom Networks Malawi, Malawi Police Service, Chileka Airport, the members of some of the bereaved families and friends. Finally, the Commission sat and heard testimonies from 18th to 26th November 2024 in Lilongwe. While in Lilongwe, the Commission heard testimony from His Excellency the President, the Right Honorable Vice President, some Cabinet Ministers, the Secretary of the President and Cabinet, the Malawi Defense Force Commander, the Inspector General of Police, senior government officers, the Air Force Commander, and senior officers for the Malawi Air Force, Kamuzu International Airport officers and airport police, a senior officer of the Malawi Defense Force Airtel Malawi, Department of Civil Aviation, Malawi Civil Aviation Authority, Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Airtel Malawi, and also spouses and members of the bereaved families, media practitioners, and various key stakeholders. Apart from the physical interaction with the witnesses, the Commission also received testimony from witnesses domiciled out of the country through various online platforms. The people that were summoned to appear before the Commission availed themselves except 3. A spouse of one of the deceased members of the crew who opted out, and the Commission respected her wish. That, withstanding a brother to the deceased crew member, attended the hearing and represented the family accordingly. The other 2 were Pastor Abraham Mkandawire, the leader of Representing God International Church, and Dr. Charles Zamalala, an observer pathologist to one of the Autopsies, who both gave a litany of excuses not to appear before the Commission. It has to be highlighted once again that during the course of its work, the Commission received overwhelming cooperation from all witnesses who were shortlisted and summoned by the Commission. However, there was poor response from the general public on the call for information that was widely publicized in all media channels. Only a few people, less than 5, showed interest to come and testify. Out of that, only 2 people were heard, as the rest grew cold feet and never responded to the Commission's follow-ups on their proposed testimonies. Despite such apathy from the general public in terms of response to the call for information, the Commission heard testimonies from 130 persons by the close of hearings on 26 November 2024. The full list of all persons who appeared before the Commission is attached to this report as Annex 3. Apart from the physical and virtual hearings, the Commission also officially received and considered various write-ups from different people with different expertise relevant to the subject matter. Some of the write-ups were in form of opinions about the issue under consideration. Others were suggestions on how the Commission should proceed and which areas to look at, while others were outright questions that were lingering in their minds, which the Commission was called on to address in its report. These write-ups were submitted directly to the Commission through the WhatsApp app, the WhatsApp communication line, and email address. Notwithstanding that most of the questions brought forward were outside the terms of reference, the Commission received the same with much appreciation and considered and addressed the same either in the narrative or the analysis part of the report. However, these submissions were not given much weight because they were not submitted under oath, and the Commission did not have the opportunity to examine the witnesses making the submissions as required under Section 10 of the Act. Further, as part of gathering of evidence, the Commission also had recourse to different reports like the BFU interim report, the Civil Aviation Authority reports, the Malawi Defense Force Board of Inquiry report, as well as others that were tendered by different stakeholders and officers during the inquiry. While some of the reports are already in the public domain, like the BFU interim report, others are still privileged and under the cover of confidentiality. In addition to these reports, commissioners took interest and had recourse to various literature and reports on the subject matter in the course of its inquiry. Some of these books and other literature were shared or made available to the Commission by fellow commissioners accordingly. During the course of the inquiry, the Commission took cognizance of the fact that its members live within a society where there's a proliferation of news, messages, and communication on or through the mainstream media or social media platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook, and others. Inevitably, there was a lot of news, messages, and posts on the mainstream and social media, some of which contained pictures, footage of videos touching on various stories, allegations, theories, and interpretation on the events before, during, and after the 10th June 2024. Some of the messages were directed at the Commission in general and others at the commissioners in particular. The Commission took note that while some of the news and articles in the mainstream media were written or carried by the authors or presenters of such news, others were simply taken from other sources, and in that regard, the Commission took some interest and time to consider such news and articles or presentations, and, where applicable, summoned the responsible individuals to physically testify on their items in respect of the social media, while the Commission was not in a position to look at and consider each and every post of message. The commissioners took interest and shared some of the posts and messages as a way of gathering information in order to help the Commission get leads and look at potential witnesses. This also allowed the Commission to identify some burning issues in the process of and related to the inquiry. Such social media posts and reports contained original or forwarded material generated from the mainstream media or from social media itself. In that regard, the Commission summoned and heard evidence directly from some people whose footage, recordings, messages or posts were collected from the social media platforms. In as far as social media is concerned and pursuant to its mandate, the Commission has, at the end of the day, made its general observations in respect of the use of social media platforms in relation to the events that happened during the challenging time. The Commission conducted its physical and online hearings in camera and considered various reports, literature and write-ups, and information in the mainstream electronic and print media, and had the benefit of information shared and circulated in the social media. The Commission proceeded to analyze the testimony and evidence and all the information that was presented to it, at which the Commission came across during the hearings, and has come up with this report. The report details down the Commission's findings on the specific issues as requested by the appointing authority, and has made its recommendations in line with its terms of reference as applicable. Further, in line with its mandate, the Commission has made its observations on a number of issues arising out of this inquiry as it deemed fit. It should be stated that in terms of reference required, the Commission to present this report to His Excellency the President by 30th November 2024. However, in the course of its work, the Commission realized the need for much more work to be done, such that the 30th November 2024 deadline was not feasible. In that regard, the Commission proceeded and sought the indulgence of His Excellency the President to extend the submission date for the report to 14th December 2024. His Excellency the President extended the same. Now, I give a chance to the next Commissioner to present her part.
I'm going to present the evidence relating to the aircraft accident, specifically on the events leading to the aircraft accident, starting with the funeral of Mr. Raphael Kasambala, Senior Counsel. Mr. Raphael Kasambala, Senior Counsel, a renowned private practice lawyer and former Minister of Justice and Attorney General in Malawi, passed away on 7th June 2024 in Lilongwe. On 26th April 2012, the late Mr. Kasambala, Senior Counsel, was appointed Minister of Justice and Attorney General by Her Excellency Joyce Banda, positions he held until 15th October 2013. The Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Madam Colin Zamba, told the Commission that when she learnt about the death of late Mr. Kasambala, Senior Counsel, she conferred with the legal officers at her disposal, bearing in mind that the military has its long-established tradition that when certain former public officers die, there are prescribed ceremonies attended to their funerals. The consultations were emanating from the fact that while the late Mr. Kasambala, Senior Counsel, was entitled to burial with military honors, it was not automatic in his case, as the former Minister and Attorney General was previously convicted by a court of law. After these consultations, the Secretary to the President and Cabinet drafted a memorandum to His Excellency the President, seeking his approval on three things. Firstly, that as a Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Forces, His Excellency the President should decide whether the funeral of late Mr. Kasambala, Senior Counsel, should be deemed a state funeral, in which case the government was going to refund the family the cost of the casket, and that the late Mr. Kasambala, Senior Counsel, was going to be accorded a burial with military honors. Secondly, that if in the affirmative, His Excellency the President should exercise his discretion to decide who should represent His Excellency the President at the funeral. And thirdly, if in the affirmative, His Excellency the President authorizes the release of condolence money in cash to the deceased's family amounting to 5 million kwacha. It is in the evidence of the Secretary to the President and Cabinet that His Excellency the President exercised his discretion and approved that late Mr. Kasambala, Senior Counsel, be accorded a state funeral and be buried with military honors to reflect his former position as Minister of Justice and Attorney General and his significant contributions to the legal profession in Malawi. On the second request as to who would represent His Excellency the President at the funeral, the Secretary to the President and Cabinet informed the Commission that it is established practice that a proposal in that respect is made to His Excellency the President, depending on who is available at the time. In the present case, the Secretary to the President's Cabinet's memorandum to His Excellency the President proposed Honorable Richard Chimwendo Banda, MP, as the government representative at the funeral, because upon her inquiry earlier in the day, Dr. Lake Sikwese, who is the Secretary to the Vice President, informed her that the late Vice President was non-committal on his attendance at the funeral. The Secretary to the President and Cabinet told the Commission that actually at some point, Dr. Sikwese had indicated to her that the late Vice President may not attend the funeral in Katabi. In the evening of 9th June 2024, the Secretary to the President and Cabinet received further information from Dr. Sikwese, advising her that the late Vice President was going to attend the funeral and was going to travel by air. In light of this information, the Secretary to the President and Cabinet needed to change the representation arrangements earlier proposed to His Excellency the President. She submitted that Cabinet has its own protocol with varying levels of seniority among its members, and that the most senior Cabinet member takes precedence to represent government at any ceremony where it is represented. For this reason, the Secretary to the President and Cabinet informed Honorable Richard Chimwendo Banda, MP, that he would no longer be representing government since the late Vice President was attending the funeral. However, the Secretary to the President and Cabinet advised him that he still needed to go and escort the late Vice President so as to strengthen government's representation at the funeral. It is on record that the Secretary to the President and Cabinet called Dr. Sikwese that evening to find out if there was space in the aircraft to accommodate Honorable Richard Chimwendo Banda, but she was advised that the aircraft was full. On the morning of 10th June 2024, the Secretary to the President and Cabinet sent a message to His Excellency the President advising of this new information. She informed His Excellency the President that the Vice President was going to attend the funeral in Nkatabe, and further that since Honorable Richard Chimwendo Banda, MP, was no longer going to speak at the funeral, His Excellency the President may consider briefing the Vice President in advance. The Secretary to the President and Cabinet then informed the Commission that after this message to His Excellency the President, Honorable Hale Mleganjala Nkandawire, Minister of Defense, called the Secretary to the President and Cabinet to report that His Excellency the President had nominated him to represent His Excellency the President at the funeral. It was then that it dawned upon the Secretary to the President and Cabinet that her reference to the late Vice President as the Vice President in her message may have been a miscommunication, as it had been understood by His Excellency the President to mean the Vice President of the party, which is Malawi Congress Party. Since he said Honorable Mkandawire was the Vice President of the party and was known as such in the party's political circles. It was the Secretary to the President and Cabinet's testimony that at that point she immediately reverted to His Excellency the President to correct the miscommunication and explained that he meant the late Vice President. It was also at this point that it became apparent to her that His Excellency the President had not known that the late Vice President was back in the country from his trip from South Korea. The Secretary to the President and Cabinet then proceeded and informed the Honorable Mkandawire that the late Vice President attendance at the funeral and the attendant protocol arrangements. On the third request, His Excellency the President authorized the release of the condolence money in the sum of 5 million in cash as proposed. I'll move on to the movements of the remains of the late Mr. Kasambala Senior Counsel. After the death of the late Mr. Kasambala Senior Counsel in Lilongwe, his remains were repatriated to Blantyre by road on 8th June 2024. The following day, 9th June 2024, a requiem mass was held at St. Montfort Catholic Parish in Blantyre, prior to departure for his burial in Nkatabe. It was the evidence of Mrs. Maggie Kasambala, the wife to the late Mr. Kasambala Senior Counsel, that the Kasambala family had initially planned to ferry the remains of the late Mr. Kasambala Senior Counsel to Nkatabe from Blantyre by road. However, on the evening of 8th June 2024, the family was informed that a long-time friend of the late Mr. Kasambala Senior Counsel had privately chartered a military aircraft from Malawi Defense Force headquarters to carry his remains by air to Mzuzu en route to Nkatabe, and then return with the family on 10th June 2024. Later that day, in the afternoon, his remains were further repatriated in a Donia 228-202K, registration number MAF-T03 from Chireka International Airport to Mzuzu Airport as planned on their way to Nkatabe. It was in evidence that the late Vice President was returning to Malawi on 9th June 2024 from South Korea on an official trip via Chireka to Lilongwe on a Malawi Airlines flight. Being a close friend of the late Mr. Kasambala, it was the late Vice President's wish to attend his burial on 10th June 2024. However, he noted that the date of burial of the late Mr. Kasambala Senior Counsel coincided with His Excellency the President's departure for the Bahamas, and he was supposed to see him off in the afternoon of that same day in Lilongwe. For that reason, the late Vice President had hoped that during his layover at Chireka, he would meet Mrs. Kasambala and the family to offer his condolences and also pay his last respects to his friend, the late Mr. Kasambala Senior Counsel. However, the aircraft carrying the late Vice President landed at Chileka before the remains of the late Mr. Kasambara Senior Counsel arrived at the airport. Following the delay in the funeral mass at St. Mortford Church, the remains of the late Mr. Kasambara Senior Counsel arrived at the airport late after the late Vice President had already boarded the flight for Lilongwe. The late Vice President left for Lilongwe without meeting Mrs. Kasambara and family as planned. It was the testimony of Madam Mary Chirima, wife of the late Vice President, and Dr. Sikwese, that having failed to see off the late Mr. Kasambara Senior Counsel at Chileka, the alternative plan for the late Vice President was to send a senior representative or Madam Mary Chirima to the funeral, bearing in mind that he was tired and that he was also required to see off His Excellency the President the following day, as His Excellency was leaving for the Bahamas. However, Madam Chirima realized that she had to work on an important academic paper for her PhD studies and was due for submission in a few days and could not travel. Therefore, the late Vice President changed his mind later in the evening of 9th June 2024 and decided to go to the funeral himself. According to Dr. Sikwese, the late Vice President wanted to travel to Nkata Bay at first by road and had even requested him to prepare the logistics for the trip. However, upon his consideration that accomplishing the two assignments on the same day would be too demanding, he opted to fly to Mzuzu and then by road to Nkata Bay. Once in Nkata Bay, he would only attend the funeral ceremony at the house in the morning and then leave before burial to fly back to Lilongwe, the same aircraft, to see His Excellency the President off to the Bahamas as scheduled. According to evidence before the Commission, prior to the departure at Chileka, on their way to Mzuzu on 9th June 2024, the aircraft carrying the remains of late Mr. Kasambara Senior Counsel topped up with 733 liters of Jet A1 fuel, resulting in a total of 5 hours of fuel endurance. The crew duly filed a flight plan with Chileka Air Traffic Control Tower as required. However, they did not request for the flight weather folder from the airport's meteorological office. The Commission received evidence that the flight weather folder is an important document that is required for planning and decision-making purposes by the pilots regarding air navigation and the safety of aircrafts irrespective of the weather. The folder ordinarily contains weather information for members of the crew from the point of departure to their destination. The Commission heard testimony that such folders are provided by the meteorologist at the airport only upon the crew's request. It was confirmed by the Air Force and Mzuzu Air Traffic Control Tower that from Chileka, the aircraft carried 9 passengers, 3 crew and 1 silent soul, that is the late Mr. Kasambara Senior Counsel. Mrs. Kasambara recollected that there was her brother-in-law, her sister-in-law, her brother, her sister, her 3 sons, Justice Fiona Mwale, who is her close friend, and herself in the aircraft. The aircraft carrying the remains of the late Mr. Kasambara Senior Counsel departed Chileka from Mzuzu after 1500 hours. From the available evidence, the flight from Chileka to Mzuzu takes about 1 hour 20 minutes. It was received in evidence that they had to leave Chileka in good time in order for them to land in Mzuzu before 1800 hours, as there were no landing lights on the runway at Mzuzu, coupled with the bad weather. The officer in charge at the Mzuzu Airport Meteorological Office, Mrs. Olive Chavunguma, testified to the Commission on the weather report that was submitted at the Mzuzu Airport Air Traffic Controller or Acting Airport Commander at 1700 hours on 9th of June 2024. She informed the Commission that there was fog with scattered stratus clouds lying low at 600 feet. These low-lying types of clouds are said to be dangerous to aircrafts. At the time, the wind direction was 160 degrees, wind speed was 0.3 knots, visibility was less than 20 kilometers, air temperatures were at 18 degrees Celsius. According to evidence received from Mrs. Kasambara and her brother, Mr. Paxton Namizinga, the aircraft flew over Lake Malawi and approached Mzuzu through the Nkata Bay side. Mr. Namizinga told the Commission that the flight was bumpy and very uncomfortable. He stated that there was fog, drizzles, and it was very cold. He testified that at some point in the Nkata Bay Mountains, they were flying at an angle and too low, and he could see the gardens very clearly from the aircraft. He stated that though he was in charge of the family members, during the travel to Mzuzu, he later told the family upon arrival that he was not comfortable to return to Blantyre on the same aircraft the following day. On the other hand, Mrs. Kasambala stated that she could not really recount in detail as to what happened along the way on this day. All she could remember was that the flight was less comfortable than the previous flight in the same aircraft when they flew to Likoma area in August 2023. She also indicated that perhaps she found discomfort in the aircraft because she was comparing the aircraft with normal commercial aircrafts she has normally been flying on. She also indicated upon arrival in Mzuzu, she heard from the people that the aircraft circulated in the air for a while before finally landing. According to the available evidence, the aircraft arrived in Mzuzu airport at 17:32 hours. It was received in evidence that the coffin was offloaded from the airport and the funeral procession left for Nkata Bay. At that particular time, it was foggy, cold, and dark with drizzles. The Commission received testimony that after the funeral procession had left, the crew members locked up and secured the aircraft, and they were picked by Private Gift Migodi, a driver from Moyale Barracks. As the crew members were leaving the airport, they got communication from Major Amin Karinga from Zomba Air Base that they had been assigned another mission to pick the late Vice President from Kamuzu International Airport the morning of the following day, 10th June 2024. The Malawi Defense Force driver dropped the crew members at White Sands Lodge in Mzuzu for the night. The crew members instructed the driver to pick them up at 6:00 hours the following morning. On the issue of accommodation for crew members, the Commission received evidence from Brigadier General Harrison Kandula that ordinarily the estimates provided by the airbase includes the cost of hotel accommodation to be paid by the hirer of the aircraft directly to the service provider. He further stated that while hotel accommodation is ideal and desirable, sometimes people hiring the aircraft negotiate for lower cost of accommodation. In this case, members of the crew are given daily subsistence allowance. It was received in testimony that at Mzuzu Airport, it is, as is always the case, the airport police provided security for the aircraft from the time it arrived, and it was parked at the apron. It is in further evidence that on this particular day, 4 airport police officers were assigned to guard the aircraft overnight, and these were joined by 2 Malawi Defense Force soldiers as additional security. The Commission heard that it is the practice for the military to provide additional security when a Malawi Defense Force aircraft lands at Mzuzu Airport for an overnight stay. It is in evidence that apart from the 4 who were stationed on the apron with the 2 MDF soldiers, other airport police officers were deployed in 2 groups, with some assigned to watch over the runway, while others to watch over the boundaries, as Mzuzu Airport does not have a perimeter fence. The aircraft was guarded until morning when the crew returned to the airport. The Commission had evidence that during the night of the 9th June 2024, no other person came close to the aircraft from the time the aircraft was parked on the apron to the time the crew returned in the morning. At the end of their night shift at 6:00 hours on 10th June 2024, the on-duty airport police officers reported to their supervisor, the officer in charge, that there was nothing unusual or prejudicial to the security of the aircraft that night. The 2 Malawi Defense Force soldiers handed over the aircraft to the crew in the morning with similar observations and left. On procurement of the Malawi Air Force T-03, the Commission received evidence from Dr. Sikwese that procurement of an aircraft for use by the late Vice President previously commenced with a memorandum from the Office of the Vice President to His Excellency the President through the Office of the President and Cabinet, requesting the use of the military aircraft and stating the purpose therefore. Once His Excellency the President approves the request, the Secretary to the Vice President writes the Malawi Defense Force to commence the procurement process. The Commission received evidence from Dr. Sikwese as well as from Mr. Eric Yesaya, Principal of Secretary Administration in the Office of the Vice President, that this practice was changed through a memorandum to the effect that whenever the Vice President wanted to use the aircraft, they should deal with the MDF directly. The Commission requested for the memorandum, but it was not provided. When the Commission inquired the same with the Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Madam Colleen Zamba, she indicated that no such memorandum had been issued since she assumed office in June 2022. The Commission observed that if indeed there was such a change in the policy, then the date on which such a change was effected could not be ascertained. The Commission, through the evidence tendered by Dr. Sikwese, established that on 2 occasions, on 2nd May 2023 and on 25th March 2024, the late Vice President made specific requests to His Excellency the President to use military aircraft. However, in between the said dates, there is no proof of such memorandum to His Excellency the President from the late Vice President for requests to the MDF for use of a military aircraft. On 4th August 2023 to Kalonga, on 14th August 2023 to Mzuzu, on 17th August 2023 to Mangochi, on 15th September 2023 to Blantyre, on 30th September 2023 to Mzuzu, and on 2nd November 2023 to Mangochi. The Commission received testimony from the Air Force that procurement of an aircraft from them follows established standard operating procedures. The process starts with, firstly, the MDF headquarters inquires from the Air Force headquarters in Lungwe to ascertain whether any of their air bases has an aircraft that would be available to carry out a proposed operation. Once the Air Force headquarters confirms availability of such an aircraft, the MDF headquarters informs the Air Force headquarters to assign the air base which will conduct the operation. This is done through an air transport order issued to the air base. The airbase then responds with an operations order detailing the equipment available and dates and routes for the operation. Once approved by Malawi Defense Force headquarters, the airbase then issues its cost estimates incidental to the operation. The Malawi Defense Force headquarters then sends the cost estimates to the party requesting the aircraft for settlement. Once the flight is confirmed, the airbase assigns the crew to take on the operation. In accordance with the said procedures, it is in evidence that in the present case, the procurement of the aircraft commenced on 9th June 2024 when the Malawi Defense Force Commander General Dr. Paul Valentino Piri received a phone call from Dr. Sikwese requesting him the use of the aircraft. It is the testimony of the Malawi Defense Force Commander that Dr. Sikwese called him around 15-20 hours from Chileka while returning with the late Vice President from South Korea. During the call, Dr. Sikwese informed the Malawi Defense Force Commander that aircraft would be used by the late Vice President to travel from Kamuzu International Airport to Mzuzu to attend the funeral of late Kasambala Senior Counsel in Katabe the following morning on 10th June 2024, and then return on the same day by 12:30 hours in time for the late Vice President to see His Excellency the President off to the Bahamas. The Malawi Defense Force Commander told the Commission that his initial reaction to Dr. Sikwese was that there was no aircraft available, as it had already been chartered the day before by the late Mr. Kasambara's family. He then advised Dr. Sikwese to perhaps talk to the family to see if they could consider letting the aircraft carry out the proposed operation. The Malawi Defense Force Commander also recalls mentioning in the discussion with Dr. Sikwese that the weather in Mzuzu was not good. Following this interaction, it is in evidence that Dr. Sikwese spoke to a representative of the Kasambala family who confirmed that they had no problem releasing the aircraft for the late Vice President, planned travel as scheduled. After confirming availability of the aircraft, a new air transport order was forwarded to the Air Force headquarters and then to Zomba Air Base through the base commander, Colonel Alex Machande. In that regard, all the required formalities, such as the cost estimates for the mission, were done, and logistical arrangements were out in place. The air transport order was formally issued on 10th June 2024. It is in Dr. Sikwese's testimony that it was agreed between the Office of the Vice President and the Malawi Defense Force that formal documentation would follow later. Once the crew flying the MAF T-03 landed in Mzuzu at around 18 hours on 9th June 2024, the crew was informed by the Operations and Training Officer from Zomba Air Base, Major Amin Kalinga, that about this new air transport order and mission. The journey from Mzuzu to Kamusi International Airport. Around 6:15 hours on 10th June 2024, the crew members arrived at Mzuzu Airport for their mission to Lilongwe. As customary, the crew received a weather report from the Senior Aerodrome Flight Information Officer at Mzuzu Airport, Mr. Joseph Moyo, who was acting as the air traffic controller at the airport, as Mzuzu doesn't have an air flight controller. The weather report was prepared by the airport's meteorological office. The report showed visibility was less than 8 kilometers and it was foggy. Mr. Moyo testified that he spoke to both members of the crew before they departed for Kamusi International Airport. He noted that they both looked normal and fine, and there was nothing strange with them. The first officer, Major Selemani, filed a flight plan as shown under Annex 4, which indicated the normal route to Kamusi International Airport, known as Whiskey or W601. After all the formalities, the aircraft departed Mzuzu at 7:05 hours and headed to Kamusi International Airport with an estimated time of arrival of 7:50 hours. It was received in evidence that the flying time from Mzuzu to Lilongwe on this aircraft and vice versa was typically 45 minutes. The aircraft had 3 crew members on board and its call sign was AF88M. It was stated in evidence that there is a radio detection and ranging radar at Kamusi International Airport, which is used to track aircrafts in its controlled airspace. In respect to this flight, it was in testimony that MAF T-03 was able to transition from Mzuzu into the uncontrolled airspace and then into Lilongwe controlled airspace without a problem. The radar at Kamusi International Airport was also able to track down MAF T-03 as it entered the Lilongwe airspace until it landed at Kamusi International Airport at 7:48 hours. The journey from Kamusi International Airport to Mzuzu. It was the testimony of Mr. Sokosa, the duty forecaster at Kamusi International Airport, that the crew did not request a weather briefing from the meteorological office at Kamusi International Airport. It was his evidence that at the time they were filing the flight plan, the crew did not get the weather forecast for neither the return flight path nor for Mzuzu. The Commission received in evidence that such information is only provided by the airport meteorological services only upon request by the crew, as per the standard operating procedures. However, at about 9:00 hours before the aircraft departed, the crew received a weather report from Kamusi International Airport Air Traffic Control Tower via radio frequency 128.0 MHz. It was the testimony of the Senior Aeronautical Information Officer at Kamusi International Airport, Mary Chirwa, that she had a conversation with Major Seremani, the co-pilot, at the time she was filing the flight plan for Mzuzu. And this is found in Annex 5. According to her, the flight plan that had been filed indicated that the crew was going to use a direct route to Mzuzu, as opposed to the usual W601 route. This prompted her to ask Major Seremani as to why they had decided to use the direct route instead of the normal route. It is in her testimony that Major Seremani responded that they had decided to use a direct route because on their flight from Mzuzu Airport to Kamuzu International Airport, earlier on that day, they had encountered bad weather on the normal route W601. The flight plan further indicated that the aircraft was to maintain an altitude of 9,000 feet above mean sea level. The flight plan was sent to Kamuzu International Airport Control Tower and Mzuzu Control Tower by the Senior Aeronautical Information Officer. The aircraft was refueled by the vendor who is contracted to refuel aircrafts at the airport, which is Puma Energy Limited. It was the evidence of Mrs. Laika Chibwana from Puma that 483 liters of Jet A1 aviation fuel was filled into MAF T03 at Kamuzu International Airport. On 9th June 2024, 294 liters of Jet A1 fuel from the same tanker was filled into an aircraft registered as 7Q-ULL belonging to Aviation and Regional Services. After the MAF T03 had refueled, a BEA 350 aircraft belonging to AML Global, registered as N823CJ, was filled with 532 liters of Jet A1 fuel on the same day. The other aircrafts reached their destinations without incident. She stated that when she heard about the aircraft accident, she immediately collected samples of the Jet A1 fuel as per standard operating procedure. In case fuels, the samples would be needed. She explained that at the time of giving her evidence, nobody had requested for the samples. It is worth noting that on the day of the departure from Kamuzu International Airport to Mzuzu, there was a difference in the flight passenger manifest from the previous day. The flight passenger manifest that was presented the day before had Madam Mary Chirima and Miss Gloria Mtukule as part of the entourage. However, they did not travel to Mzuzu on the 10th June 2024. It was Madam Chirima, Mary Chirima's testimony that she did not travel because of her doctoral assignment she had earlier alluded to. She sought leave from the late Vice President to remain behind to work on her assignment to enable her to submit the same before the deadline. Having remained behind, it inevitably meant that Miss Gloria Ntukule also remained behind with Madam Chirima, being her close protection officer. In that regard, there were 6 passengers on the flight to Mzuzu instead of 8 and 3 crew members. During his evidence, Dr. Sikwese confirmed having received a call the previous night from the Secretary to the President and Cabinet, inquiring if there was space in the aircraft to accommodate Honorable Chimwendo Banda. Dr. Sikwese confirmed SPC that the aircraft was full because at that time there was no indication that Madam Mary Chirima and her close protection officer were not traveling. Dr. Sikwese further confirmed that he did not see Honorable Chimwendo Banda at the airport the following day on 10th June 2024, as he was seeing off the late Vice President and his entourage. It is in evidence that before MAF T03 took off from Kamuzu International Airport, the crew called Mzuzu Control Tower to inquire about the weather. They talked to Mr. Moyo in the control tower, who advised them that at that time the visibility in Mzuzu was more than 8 kilometers, which was fair for visual flight rules. In such flights, the pilot relies on visual navigation of the aircraft and looks through the window and windscreen to see where he is going and landing. The opposite to the visual flight rules is one that is called instrument flight rules, or IFR flight. On this one, the pilot relies on the instruments in the aircraft and on the ground for navigation and landing. In this, the instruments in the aircraft communicate with the instruments at the destination airport for landing. The Commission received testimony that Mzuzu Airport has no instrument to effect the instrument flight rules landing. In that regard, during flights from Kamuzu International Airport to Mzuzu Airport, the pilot flies the aircraft initially using the IFR or the instrument flight rules from Lilongwe, and then as they approach Mzuzu Airport, they change to the visual flight rules. It was received in testimony that aircraft was scheduled to depart from Kamuzu International Airport to Mzuzu at 9:00 hours with an estimated flight time of 45 minutes. It is in the evidence of the duty air traffic controller, Mr. Magombo, that at 9:05 hours, AF 88M requested and was given airport surface data via radio on frequency 128.0 MHz. It's a call sign that was changed from AF 88M to Malawi 2, as it was carrying the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. When the MFT-03 took off from Kamuzu International Airport, the air traffic controller at Kamuzu International Airport informed the senior flight information chief officer at the Mzuzu Airport about the estimated time of arrival, and that the aircraft had fuel endurance of 4 hours. The endurance was verified by the Kamuzu International Airport Puma Energy Office. It is in evidence that the aircraft was given takeoff clearance from runway 14 and was airborne at 9:17 hours. The pilot in command was Colonel Sambalopa. Let me now invite Commissioner Sunduzwayo Madise to continue. Thank you.
After takeoff, the aircraft was cleared by Kia Air Traffic Control to climb to an altitude of 9,000 feet above minimum sea level. However, upon reaching 7,000 feet, the pilot requested to maintain the altitude of 7,000 feet because of en route weather. The estimated time of arrival at Mzuzu Airport was at 10:02 hours. From the evidence received during the inquiry, it showed that mobile phones for some passengers on the MFT-03 were able to connect with their respective telecommunication network towers on the ground at different points during the flight because of the low altitude that the aircraft was flying. This enabled some passengers in the MFT-03 to establish data communication with people on the ground at certain times during the flight. Using the data connection from the various telecommunication towers, mobile phones of some passengers were tracked in flight. This allowed the tracking of the movement and the route of MFT-03 from Kia on its way to Mzuzu Airport. It is in evidence that radar at Kia was able to track the MFT-03 until it left Lilongwe airspace. Just before leaving Lilongwe airspace and transitioning to the uncontrolled airspace, the Kia control tower instructed the pilot for MFT-03 to transition and change their radio frequency to 118.1 megahertz. The aircraft was expected to pass the Lilongwe terminal boundary called NASA at 09:32 hours. In the technical sense, NASA is the reporting point along the W601 or Whiskey 601 route between Lilongwe and Mzuzu. It is in evidence that MFT-03 transferred to frequency 118.1 megahertz as instructed at 09:30 hours. And at 9:32 hours, MFT-03 went off Kia's radar because it was flying low. The evidence received from the head of air traffic control at Kia was that thereafter, according to the flight information officer at Mzuzu, the weather in Mzuzu was poor and was getting worse. According to the flight schedule, MFT-03 was expected to make radio contact with Mzuzu Airport at 9:50 hours. However, this did not happen. Noting that MFT-03 did not make radio contact, Mzuzu Airport Tower started contacting MFT-03 without any success. At 10:00 hours, Mzuzu Airport Tower called Kia for verification of the 10:02 hours estimated time of arrival for MAF-T03, which Kia confirmed. At 10:05, Mzuzu Airport Tower checked again with Kia to get an assurance on the 10:02 hours estimated time of arrival, upon which Kia confirmed and indicated that there were no changes to the expected time of arrival of 10:02. To this effect, Mzuzu Tower continued calling MAF-T03 to establish radio contact. It was the testimony of Mr. Moyo from Mzuzu Airport Control Tower that at this point, weather in Mzuzu had less than 8 kilometers visibility. Further, it was cold, foggy, with rain drizzles and low-level clouds. Mr. Joshua Valera, the late Vice President's advisor, the Honorable Richard Chimwendo Banda MP, and Ms. Chimwamwe Kachikuo, the late Vice President's personal secretary, all gave testimony that on their way from Lilongwe to Mkatabe via Mzuzu, there was very bad weather and low visibility from Zimba turn-off all the way to Mzuzu, necessitating the use of fog lights and considerable slow speeds. It was the evidence of Mr. Ben Manda, a watchman for Jeep's security, who was stationed at Pampara Hill, guarding the TNM control tower, that the weather on this day around the area was very bad. He recalled that it was cold, foggy, and was raining, and there was very strong winds. He further recalled that the wind was so strong that it blew off some iron sheets from the nearby Ntunga Forest watchtower, which was just next to the TNM telecommunications tower. He stated that visibility on this day was poor and one could not see at a distance. The evidence of Mr. Manda was corroborated by Mr. Whiton Lusale. Mr. Lusale told the Commission that he was a forestry watchman at Pampara Hill. He recalled that on the 10th of June 2024, it was very cold, very windy, very foggy, and was raining heavily. He confirmed that some iron sheets from the watchtower were blown off by the strong winds. It was the evidence from the meteorological station at Mzuzu Airport that at no point on 10th June 2024 did the weather show +10 visibility, or over 10 kilometers. On this day, visibility was poor, and the weather showed visibility of 8 kilometers or less than 8 kilometers. It was also very cold, and there was also rain drizzle, a lot of fog, and low clouds. It was noted that unlike other days, the weather at Mzuzu Airport did not improve since the first weather report was received at 0600 hours in the morning. It was stated that if anything, the weather was getting worse, contrary to the usual expectation that the skies would normally clear out as the day progressed. It is the testimony of Mr. Moyo that at 10:12 hours, MAF-T03 established radio contact with Mzuzu Airport Control Tower and stated that they were 20 nautical miles north of Mzuzu Airport, about 37 kilometers. The crew also confirmed that they had fuel for up to 4 flying hours from their departure at Kia in Lilongwe. This was corroborated by the emergency section at Mzuzu Airport, who have a monitoring room where they listen to conversations between the controller in the airport control tower and the pilot of an approaching aircraft. This information is written in an aircraft movement book where particular information that can assist during an accident is recorded. Unfortunately, there is no capacity to record conversation between airport tower and the aircraft at Mzuzu Airport, as well as between the Mzuzu Airport Tower and the emergency section at Mzuzu Airport. Having established contact with the Mzuzu Airport Control Tower, Mr. Moyo advised the crew on the weather in Mzuzu. He advised that visibility was less than 5 kilometers at the airport and advised them the runway to use being runway number 17. It was in evidence from Mr. Moyo that the pilot on the radio responded that they would go to Ekondeni and then they would go and come through Ekwendeni. It was observed by Mr. Moyo that the proposition to come through Ekwendeni was normal where there is severe weather in Mzuzu. In such circumstances, pilots would usually go to Ekwendeni and approach Mzuzu Airport from there by following the M1 road and straight to the airport. It was noted that AMFT-03 never established radio contact after that. According to Mr. Moyo, the crew never indicated that there was anything wrong with AMFT-03 at the time, and there was nothing in the pilot's voice to indicate any concern. He observed that it was the routine discussion that they normally have in such situations. It was Mr. Moyo's testimony that after another 5 minutes, at 10:17 hours, he tried to contact MFT-03 via radio to check their attitude and position and to warn the crew of the deteriorating weather conditions. It was Mr. Moyo's evidence that since they had last spoken at 10-12 hours, the weather had gotten worse, and Mr. Moyo could not even see Lunyangwa area in Mzuzu from the airport, which is used as a yardstick. To him, visibility was less than 5 kilometers at that point. MFT-03 did not respond to the radio contact. Events after the aircraft accident. We'll start with the searching for the MFT-03. The Mzuzu Airport Control Tower continued attempting to contact MFT-03 several times. The Commission was informed that the next attempt to locate MFT-03 was at 10:17 hours. After some 30 minutes from his last attempt to speak to MFT-03, Mr. Moyo called Kia to find out if MFT-03 had diverted and was returning to Kia. The response was in the negative. At that point, Mzuzu Airport Control Tower tried to check with Karonga, but we are told that the aircraft had not landed there. Mzuzu Airport Control Tower then asked Karonga to try and contact MFT on the radio, but Karonga said there was no response. At the same time, Kia also tried to contact MFT-03 on the inbound frequency to check if the flight was returning to Kia, but there was no response. After the above efforts to establish radio contact with MFT-03 failed, Mzuzu Airport Control Tower started searching for the aircraft by contacting aerodromes surrounding Mzuzu to check if MFT-03 had landed anywhere. It is also in testimony that Mzuzu Airport Control Tower also contacted Kia to advise them to try and contact its counterparts in the surrounding countries, Lusaka, Beira, and Dar es Salaam, to check with their aerodromes. The response was negative, but were advised to contact Kia if they had any information on the missing aircraft. At this point, Mzuzu Airport Control Tower alerted the Mzuzu Airport Police, who escalated the same to their superiors at the regional police. Word was sent around to all police stations in the surrounding areas at Karonga, Likoma, Kasungu, Rumpi, Chinteche, and Usisia. After all these attempts, Mzuzu Air Traffic Control Tower then called Kia to ask Kia to raise other aircrafts flying in the Malawian airspace if they could try to listen to both frequencies, both in Mzuzu and Lilongwe, and relay information to MFT-03. It is in evidence that at the time, there were flights from Blantyre to Lilongwe, 7QCMK at 10:50 hours, and another flight from Likoma to Lilongwe, 7QFTA, 11:16 hours. Both flights tried to raise MFT-03 on both 118.1 megahertz and 128.0 megahertz, but got no response. Another overflight flying from Addis Ababa to Harare, ET-873, was also contacted at 11:20 hours. It also tried to raise MFT-03 on these two frequencies, but received no response. It is in evidence that aircraft switch between these frequencies when they are within their respective controlled airspaces of Lilongwe and Mzuzu. It was in evidence that by this time, Kia Control Tower had received many calls from the MDF, Kia Aviation Security, and Kia VIP Lounge inquiring about the aircraft MFT-03. From the MDF, the message was clear that once any contact is established with the MFT-03, the crew should be advised to return to Kia as the funeral ceremony in Katabe had already started. On the other hand, the VIP Lounge wanted to know the return arrival time once contact was established so that they could contact and organize with the late Vice President's office. The Commission received evidence that the MFT-03 used a very high frequency of VHF radio, which uses line of sight. By this, it means the contact will be established between the aircraft and another point as long as there is no obstruction to the line of contact. Evidence received also established that it was normal for crew flying to Mzuzu to sometimes fly to Ekwendeni if the weather is bad, and thereafter visually using the M1 road to navigate their way and land at Mzuzu Airport, since the airport is just next to the M1 road. It was also in evidence that Mzuzu weather is very unpredictable, such that it is common for pilots to circle around for a while before finding a space to land. It was in evidence that in aviation, the air control tower would normally issue weather reports to the approaching aircraft, but it is the decision on whether to land or not rests with the pilot in command. At 11:30 hours, after noting that there was still radio silence, Mr. Moyo reported to Kia airport manager and director of aerodromes and air navigation standards in the Civil Aviation Authority that MFT-03 was missing. The Commission established that information that the aircraft was 20 nautical miles north of Mzuzu and that the crew were flying to Ekwendeni led to some confusion. The confusion was further exacerbated in retrospect when it was estimated later that the aircraft crashed at 10:16, which was 4 minutes after the contact with Mzuzu Airport. The location of the crash is nearly equidistant to the 20 nautical miles position stated by Mr. Moyo. The Commission received contrary evidence from the military at the Zomba Air Base, who were informed that the aircraft was 20 nautical miles northeast of Mzuzu, which was around Usisia in Katabe. The Commission heard evidence that when weather is bad in Mzuzu and its surrounding areas, pilots sometimes go to Usisia hoping to approach Mzuzu from the lakeside, or Ekwendeni hoping to use the M1 road in order to navigate and land at the Mzuzu airfield. From the evidence received, it was also thought that the aircraft had failed to land and was therefore contemplating returning to Lilongwe. The mention of Ekwendeni also had the effect of directing the initial search to Ekwendeni before it shifted to the Airtel tower at Leiply. In light of the delayed arrival of the late Vice President at Mzuzu Airport, the Deputy Commissioner of Police for the Northern Region, Mr. Clinton Mitai, told the Commission that on instructions from the Commissioner of Police for the Northern Region, Mr. Richard Luhanga, he ordered the Vice President's Guard Commander, who had led the advance team and were at Mzuzu Airport, to remove all the motor vehicles that formed the late Vice President's convoy to avoid raising suspicion with a delay among the people. The convoy was moved to the regional police station. The conduct at the funeral service of the late Mr. Kasambara. According to the evidence before the Commission, the funeral ceremony in Katabe started around 10:00 hours. When the funeral service started, and those present were advised that the late Vice President had been delayed. Later on, it was announced that the late Vice President had failed to attend the funeral. Evidence received indicates that around 12:30 hours, the Commissioner of Police for the Northern Region and other senior police and MDF officers were seen leaving the funeral service in a hurried state. The Rescue Coordination Center. Mr. Fred Chisepeya, Director of Aerodromes and Air Navigation Standards in the Civil Aviation Authority, informed the Commission that a Rescue Coordination Center is a point where a search and rescue function is instituted and coordinated whenever an aircraft goes missing. Each country has an obligation under the International Civil Aviation Organization's Convention on International Civil Aviation, also called the Chicago Convention, to institute a search and rescue mission when an aircraft goes missing. In Malawi, in the Malawian aviation industry, the Rescue Coordination Center is established at Kia. Annex 12 to the Chicago Convention refers to 3 emergency phases which guide search and rescue. A, uncertainty phase, a situation where uncertainty exists as to the safety of an aircraft and its occupants. B, alert phase, a situation where apprehension exists as to the safety of an aircraft and its occupants. C, distress phase, a situation where there is reasonable uncertainty that an aircraft and its occupants are threatened by grave and imminent danger and require immediate assistance. Accordingly, the Rescue Coordination Center was activated at 11:31 hours after the senior aerodrome's flight officer in Mzuzu reported to the airport manager at Kia and the director of aerodromes and air navigation at the Civil Aviation Authority that he had a missing aircraft. The Rescue Coordination Center was initially established in the air traffic control room to coordinate the search of the missing aircraft. At 1200 hours, the Rescue Coordination Center was moved to the conference room at the Airports Development Limited, ADL, for 2 reasons. First was to accommodate more stakeholders that were coming to join in the operation, and secondly, to allow the air traffic control room to revert to its functions and deal with air traffic within the airport vicinity. At that point, the following gathered in the Rescue Coordination Center: the Chief Executive of Airports Development Limited, the Acting Director General of the Civil Aviation Authority, the officer in charge of police at Kia, and other officials from the Malawi Civil Aviation Authority, Department of Civil Aviation, Malawi Defense Force, Malawi Air Force, Airports Development Limited, Airport Police, National Intelligence Service, Airport Fire Services. The Rescue Coordination Center facilitated further contacts to the following airstrips to check if the aircraft had landed in those airstrips: Likoma, Vwaza, Kabwafu, Karonga, Nyika, Chitipa, Dwangwa, Chinteche, Mfuwe in Zambia, and Mbeya and Songwe in Tanzania. At 12:42, Civil Aviation authorities based at Mzuzu Airport deployed teams to search around Ekwendeni area, where the crew had reported that they were proceeding at initial contact with Mzuzu Air Traffic Control Tower. The commanding officer from Moyale Barracks also mobilized a team of servicemen to go and search around Ekwendeni. Meanwhile, the Rescue Coordination Center also contacted the Aeronautical Rescue Coordination Center based in Johannesburg, Republic of South Africa, for assistance. Activation of search and rescue. After 17 hours, which was exactly 4 hours from the time the MAFT-03 had departed from Kia, with fuel endurance of 4 hours, the search and rescue operation was activated. At this point, it was absolutely clear that MAFT-03 was no longer in the air. The search and rescue was coordinated between the MDF, the police, and civil aviation, and was established at an old airstrip near Laiplai at Chikangawa in Mzimba. The activation of the search and rescue entailed mobilizing police officers, mobilizing military personnel, mobilizing Red Cross Society personnel, mobilizing civil aviation personnel, and alerting Mzuzu Central Hospital and Mzimba District Hospital, which are closest to Laiplai but less equipped. The two hospitals were also to set up trauma centers within their hospitals, mobilizing ambulances from the two hospitals as well as other health institutions, and establishing a command center at Laiplai. The first group to be mobilized was from the MDF, Moyale Barracks. Two sections of troops and an ambulance proceeded to go and start searching in Ekwendeni based on communication from Zuzu Air Traffic Control, because they were thinking that it was the last position the aircraft went. As the troops were being dispatched, another communication came that the Ekwendeni mission should be cancelled, and instead the same search team should proceed to Laiplai, because the information by telecom providers and Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority was that a mobile phone signal of one of the passengers was picked by one of the towers at Laiplai. The team proceeded to Chikangawa, where the search concentrated around the Airtel Tower at Laiplai, based on the indicative radius of 10 kilometers around the tower at Laiplai. Mobile phone data showed that some phones belonging to the passengers connected with the Laiplai Airtel Tower, with one phone still active at 11:06 hours. Data from Airtel also had one of the phones briefly connecting with the Airtel Tower in Chikangawa at 10:12 hours. The Chikangawa Tower is closer to Mzuzu than the Laiplai Airtel Tower. After the search of the 10 kilometers radius achieved with no success, the search was extended to a 20-kilometer radius. Evidence received from all the institutions and agencies who were engaged in the search was that the weather was very bad on that day. It was foggy, cold, with rain drizzles, and visibility was very poor. It was received in evidence that while the search and rescue had started a bit earlier, it was around 1700 hours that most of the stakeholders converged at Laiplai, and they kept coming. Organization of the search and rescue. Evidence received shows that initially there was poor coordination of the search and rescue. From the trigger point of 13-17 hours, different stakeholders and institutions organized their own search and rescue missions. The MDF mobilized this platoon based at Kasitu camp in the Laiplai part of Chikangawa forest as the initial team, which was later joined by personnel from Moyale Barracks. The platoon at Laiplai has a permanent base as part of the protection of the Chikangawa forest or the Laiplai plantation. The police mobilized this personnel from Kadabe, Mzuzu, Mberwa Division, and Mzimba. The Red Cross mobilized volunteers from Mzuzu and Mzimba, but were joined with officers from the headquarters in Lilongwe. The team from Lilongwe organized blankets and a drone. Laiplai provided its staff, especially those who normally work in the forest, as well as vehicles. UTM had some of its members participating in the search. Members of the public and the media joined the search as and when they could. Notification of His Excellency the President. At 11:35, the MDF commander contacted and informed the President of the missing MFT-03, as well as the fact that they were searching for the aircraft. At 12:15 hours, the commander of the MDF went to Kamuzu Palace to brief His Excellency the President in person. The MDF commander was ordered by His Excellency the President to continue the efforts to locate the MFT-03 and report back within 4 hours. The Commission received evidence that later in the day, the MDF commander, accompanied by the Air Force commander, went again to Kamuzu Palace at 1500 hours. They were joined by the Secretary to the President Cabinet, Minister of Health, and the Inspector General of Police. The aim of this visit was to apprise His Excellency the President on the situation on hand and the progress made so far. The President was informed that the plane was still missing and could not be located. The President directed that the Inspector General of Police and the Minister of Health should go and brief Madame Mere Chirima about the missing aircraft. His Excellency the President advised that a press release be prepared informing the nation of the development. His Excellency the President further directed that his trip to Bahamas be cancelled and that external support be sought for search and rescue. After that, His Excellency the President called for a cabinet meeting at 1800 hours. This was later shifted to 2200 hours to allow several cabinet ministers who were traveling from outside Lilongwe to attend. The agenda of the cabinet meeting was the missing of the MFT-03. After the cabinet meeting, His Excellency the President addressed the nation at 2300 hours, where he informed the nation of the missing MFT-03 and provided an update of what was known to Cabinet at that point and the progress the search was making. Communication from passengers. The Secretary to the Vice President, Dr. Sikwese, gave evidence that he communicated via WhatsApp text with the late Vice President while the MFT-03 was in flight between 0930 and 10:07 hours. He stated that his last message sent at 11:10 hours was, however, never delivered. The last message was requesting the late Vice President to consider returning to Lilongwe as there were indications that there was severe weather in Mzuzu. The Special Assistant to the Vice President Media, Ms. Winnie Nyondo, gave evidence that she received a text message via telegram at 10:10 hours from the Old Dukam to the Vice President, Inspector Kisomo Chimanin. The message read, and I quote, "Too much turbulence." She later posted this message on her Facebook account. She indicated that this was not the first time that the ADC and other members traveling with the late Vice President in that aircraft had communicated while in flight. Evidence indicates that there were several phones which were active during the flight to Mzuzu. These phones belonged to the late Assistant Commissioner of Police, Kapeni, the late Inspector Chisomo Chimanin, the late Major Wells Aidin, and evidence obtained from Telecom Networks Malawi shows that one of the phones belonging to Daniel Kanyemba had gone off at 10:16 hours on 10th June 2024. The last tower that it was used was the TNM Tower at Pampala Hill in Tungwa, the site of the accident. This information was given long after the aircraft was already discovered. The medical preparations. Evidence was received that around 1500 hours, the Mzimba District Hospital and the Mzuzu Central Hospital were alerted of a possible aircraft accident in Chikangawa. The two hospitals were asked to prepare emergency ambulances and emergency centers. Mzuzu Central Hospital mobilized an emergency team comprising a trauma surgeon, an anesthetist, nurses, including a trauma nurse and critical care nurse, and 3 ambulances. Unlike Mzuzu Central Hospital, Mzimba District Hospital does not have an emergency center. So the hospital had to designate space to accommodate any casualties, if any. The hospital therefore prepared a high dependency unit in case of injuries. This included mobilizing resources from different wards, such as oxygen cylinders, drugs, and etc. Further, Mzimba District Hospital dispatched 2 ambulances to Chikangawa to join the search team. The ambulance team included anesthetists, clinicians, and nurses. The Director of Health Services for Mberwa District Council led the medical emergency preparatory team. Mzimba North District Health Office also sent 2 extra ambulances from Mzuzu. The Mzimba North DHO is based in Mzuzu, while the Mzimba South DHO is based at the Boma. Among the team dispatched from Mzuzu Central Hospital was a surgeon. Since the place and site where the aircraft may have come down was not ascertained, there was no prior decision of whether to ferry any casualties to Mzimba District Hospital or to Mzuzu Central Hospital. The determining factor was the distance. Response from Layply. Evidence was received that around 1500 hours, the SPC called the Chief Executive Officer of Layply to inform him of a possible incident involving the Donia aircraft and also to ask for assistance in the search of the MFT-03. Although the Chief Executive Officer was not on site at the factory, Layply immediately mobilized his staff, especially those who were working in the forest and were very familiar with the area, to help in the search. Layply also provided vehicles to the search parties. The team from Layply worked hand in hand with the MDF and the police and the other parties who were searching. The central point of coordination was the old airstrip at Layply. Initially, the parties were searching blindly around a 10-kilometer radius of the Airtel Tower at Layply. This was later expanded to 20 kilometers, but concentrating on the east of the tower, the Kalunguru charge within Layply concession area. Layply manages a plantation that is 20,000 hectares planted area. It has regular patrols, and a lot of people work daily on a daily basis around the plantation. The plantation has 4 sections, namely Kalunguru, Chikangawa, Jampoyo, and part of Mtungwa. Each section has 7 compartments, and each compartment has a number and an area. At the time MFT-03 went missing, Layply had just employed about 150 laborers to do weeding in the forest management area. The MDF has a platoon station within the Layply plantation. The platoon was brought in following cases of thefts of trees and timber as well as encroachment. This was a result of an agreement among the ministries responsible for forestry matters, the Ministry of Defense, and the Ministry of Homeland Security. Let me at this juncture invite Commissioner Alan Chinilo, our Senior Counsel, to continue rendering the report.
Thank you. We'll continue now from search leads, evidence of aircraft sightings, and air navigation. The Commission received evidence that there were various search leads that were provided, mostly by members of the public within or in the vicinity of Layply plantation. However, most of these were false and led to a waste of a lot of valuable time. There were reports of sightings of a crash or an aircraft at the following: A, around Layply at 15:37 hours, around Elephant Rock at 16:12 hours, where a certain Mr. Luca Banda called the Rescue Coordination Center to say that there was an aircraft flying very low around the area. C, around Kawandama Hills up to Mzimba, and D, Eswazini. While traveling to Kawandama, a search party saw some smoke downhill. The party walked to the forest, which comprised of blue gum trees that were just about knee to shoulder high. When they reached the spot, they found that it was charcoal burners, Amakala. So the party returned to their vehicles and proceeded towards Kawandama. The party proceeded to a tower which is east of Kawandama Forest Office in order to gain height so that they could see far, but they saw nothing. The men that were manning this tower told the party that they had seen or heard nothing. The party later retained as there was a lot of mist, visibility was poor, and it was also becoming dark. Evidence was received that at the peak of a hill within the Chikangawa forest, there is a watchtower with a resident security guard. When asked, the security guard said that around 11 hours, an aircraft passed his position flying towards east, and it was heading towards Wozi. He said it was producing a sound like a tractor flying near the ground. He said it was foggy at the time, and he could not see properly. This was around 17:30 hours. Evidence was also received that someone called the search teams after seeing a light in the bush. Upon reaching the place, these were tractors belonging to Reply. It was a center where Chikangawa Forest had put up a kind of a camp. The group village headman of the village where this camp is said to have stated that one of the tractor operators who had since knocked off from duty had explained that he saw an aircraft passing by and producing sound like a tractor. He said there was thick fog and it was drizzling. Evidence was received by the commission that as the search party was strategizing to go to Wozi, information came in around 1800 hours with a group that joined the search party that people have seen the aircraft at Chiri. Chiri is on the Mzimba bypass road. The information was that at Chiri, the aircraft had hit a tree. Another piece of information was that the aircraft had hit goalposts of a football ground. The search team rushed there and met the headmaster at Chiri Primary School, who said that an aircraft had indeed passed their school 2 times. It was flying low, a few meters from treetops, and had touched some blue gum trees. The second time it passed the school, it went towards Chikangawa. He also said that time the learners were on break and they were going back in class. He said the learners go back to class at 10:20 a.m. The search parties also received a lot of rumors which turned out to be false. One rumor said ndege nauluka akuti yaulukira kupita chauku, pointing towards the residential area of Reply. B, there's a rumor which said imafuna kugunda masamba blue gum. C, there's a rumor which said Ayatera at a village just behind the Reply factory. D, some people said no, it had not landed here. It has not crashed here. It has taken the direction of Eswazini. Evidence received from the deputy headmaster of Kasangazi Full Primary School was that he was teaching Standard 6 and it was close to break time at 9:50 hours. He heard the sound of an aircraft. Usually most aircrafts, when they are going to Mzuzu, they pass through this direction. He allowed the learners to go for break a minute early and they were excited. The aircraft was flying very low, lower than the usual altitude. He stated that during that day it was a little bit foggy. He thought that because of the fog, the pilots had decided to fly at a lower altitude. He also stated that there was nothing untoward with the sound. It passed through the school and disappeared towards Elephant Rock. Evidence received from Mr. Kored Nkosi from Kasangazi was that it was foggy on that day and they could not see far. He heard the sound of an aircraft. In the past, kauniuni or research aircraft had been passing through the area. He then saw the aircraft flying very low. When the aircraft reached near the school, the learners got out of their class to see it. Its tires, that's the landing gear, were out as if it wanted to land. While at the school, it circled at a place in this area and went through a graveyard. It was flying at 10 to 14 meters from the ground. After it circled, it flew at a high speed and it disappeared in the clouds. When he saw the aircraft flying abnormally, he was thinking that it was a Kauniuni aircraft. Later in the night, he received a call from Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Lehman, commanding officer of Moyale Barracks, who asked him about the missing aircraft. On the other side of the Ntungwa Hill is a human settlement. It is on the blind side of the hill where the aircraft was found. Evidence received indicates that some people at the settlement heard a sound on the day, but thought that since the other side of Ntungwa there's a quarry mine, they were blasting rocks using dynamite, mabomba, as was usually the case. Others thought that it was within the forest and the poachers were exchanging gunfire with the forest guards. Sometimes that happens. The day being very cold, windy, and foggy, no one thought of investigating further, bearing in mind the possible explanations. The estimated distance between the settlement and the site of the aircraft crash is around 2 kilometers off the M1 road. It was in the evidence of Mr. Manda, a watchman for the telecom networks tower at Pampara Hill, that he was preparing food in the company of Mr. Whiton Losare, a watchman of the forestry department, when he heard a boom sound. He told the commission that his initial reaction was that the generator which was powering the TNM tower had blown off. He stated that he quickly ran out from where he was preparing his food and went to check the generator. He told the commission that he found the generator working and there was no problem. Accordingly, he thought it was some rock blasting at the quarry site in the area, and therefore he went back and continued cooking his food. On his part, Mr. Whiton Lusare, forest watchman, stated that on this day he could not hear much because there was a generator at the TNM tower that was producing a lot of noise. Therefore, he could not hear anything because of the heavy winds and the noise. The commission considered the interim report from BFU, which detailed the actual flight path of the aircraft, and corroborated with the report with some leads and sightings, as well as the evidence received from pilots who have previously flown to Mzuzu. On the flight path depicted in the BFU interim report, Brigadier General Kandula, Deputy Air Force Commander, and also a pilot himself in the Air Force said, and I quote, "Flying to Mzuzu, there is a challenge when it comes to weather. There are two types of flights, what we call instrument flight rules and visual flight rules. When you are flying from Lilongwe to Mzuzu, you start with what you request on the flight, where you want to be on the ground for you to fly. As we are transiting to land to in Mzuzu, you need to be visual. Now, when you depart Lilongwe, sometimes depending on the pilot, you see the way the weather condition is, and you are able to, after you have been flying for some distance with safe flight, you can maintain a low-level flight from Lilongwe to Mzuzu so that you're always level with the clouds, but you fly above the clouds. Now, once you are closer to Mzuzu and you see the weather is not permitting you, you start turning around to look for areas which are open for clouds, so that you have visual contact with the ground, that you can descend visually into landing in Mzuzu. So that explains those turns. This is looking for a place where they can enter and go visual to land," end of quote. Brigadier General Kandula on the management of the flight to Mzuzu with respect to transition from instrument to visual flying said, and I quote, "First, you have to be out of Lilongwe control zone. Kamuzu International Airport is controlled by radar, and the radar is about 60 miles. After 60 nautical miles, you are outside the radar coverage of Lilongwe. So after you have been released by radar, now it is when you start transiting to visual flying, and it is when you start your descending, and you follow visual rules to make it landing in Mzuzu. If it is a clear day, you proceed the same height and descend, and if it is covered, you check areas where it is open, and then you go for those areas. And most of the times in Mzuzu, you hear it's open now, you are able to see the skies. After 2 to 3 minutes, it's covered again. So Mzuzu is unpredictable when it comes to weather," end of quote. On the issue of deviation from the flight plan route, this is the evidence that Captain Henry Ntani from the Zomba Air Base and rated on the Donia 228K stated, and I quote, "It could be a number of things that make it to go off the route. Firstly, it could be when you are encountering bad weather in front of you, such that you see that this is not a safe area. You may request air traffic control to turn left or right of the track. However, if my memory serves me well, that area is one of the areas we call a radar gap. You don't have access to radar services from Lilongwe, which is the only radar service provider unit in Malawi. So, in this particular area, it could be that they encountered the bad weather and they had to divert left of the track, and they could be looking for some place whereby we call it a count procedure, whereby there's a gap somewhere within the clouds where to descend down, and you need to have the visual contact with the ground. This is the procedure that we normally use if we fly from Lilongwe to Mzuzu if you encounter bad weather." End of quote. Suspension of search. Evidence indicates that the Commissioner of Police North, Mr. Richard Luhanga, was the most senior officer at the command center at Reply. It was in the evidence before the commission further that the search and rescue mission was indeed very disjointed on the 10th June 2024 due to A, lack of systematic and strategic approach to the search. Chikangawa Forest has a vast area of 50,000 to 55,000 hectares. B, lack of knowledge on what to do and where to search other than 10 kilometers around the tower at Reply. After a search of a radius of 20 kilometers from the tower was done and there was no sign of MAFT-03, without any further lead, it became difficult to coordinate the search. C, the fact that most of those involved did not have the proper tools and equipment to continue the search in the night, which was very cold, windy, foggy, and drizzly. D, most of those involved did not have proper attire, bearing in mind that they just rushed and joined the search mission, and in view of the harsh weather conditions, there was very high risk of injury to their bodies or even hypothermia. E, the participation of so many civilians that had joined the search. F, many false leads which led to the search party to waste time chasing after leads. G, the fact that no one had an idea of where to search or where to concentrate their resources. And H, the search operation being done in full view of journalists and members of the public who were relaying information live. At 22 hours, the Commissioner of Police North, after consulting with other stakeholders, decided for a tactical pause in the search. The parties agreed to reconvene at 5 hours the next day. The police and most of the entities that had convened at Reply Command Center dispersed thereafter. However, a team of police detectives was deployed and remained on the ground throughout the night to gather information from the surrounding areas to help the search party when it reconvened. This position was corroborated by the Regional Criminal Investigations Department Officer North, who confirmed that indeed a number of detectives were on the ground to gather intelligence and more credible leads which would be used the following morning. From the evidence received, the MDF did not suspend their search, but simply withdrew from the Reply Command Center and reconvened at their base at Kasitu Camp, where orders from the MDF commander were that they should continue searching throughout the night, which they did. The MDF indicated that the order to suspend the search would not apply to them because they have a different structure and orders can only be received from their superiors in the MDF. Communication among and within various organs and agencies. The evidence received indicates that there was heavy traffic of communication from the moment the aircraft had failed to land at Mzuzu at 10:02 hours among various state and non-state entities. Such communication was verbal within, top down, and horizontal between and among organs, among the Office of the President and Cabinet, MDF, Malawi Air Force, Malawi Police Service, Civil Aviation Authority, Airports Developments Limited, and their airports, Chileka, Kia, and Mzuzu, Malawi Red Cross, Ministry of Health, and the directors at Mzimba District Hospital and Mzuzu Central Hospital, Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, TNM PLC, Airtel Malawi PLC, Fire Services, and the Department of Civil Aviation. The evidence reveals that the communication was not coordinated. As such, several people were contacted by multiple persons. Notification of aircraft accident to bereaved families. Madam Mary Chilima gave evidence that normally the late Vice President would keep her updated whenever he traveled. On this day, the late Vice President did inform her that they had departed, but she never received a message that they had landed. She stated that because she was working on an academic paper for her PhD studies, she did not realize that he had not contacted her. She then stated that she started watching the funeral of late Kasambara SC on local television when she noticed that the late Vice President was not present at the funeral. In her mind, she assumed he was already on his way back to Lilongwe, bearing the area arrangement. She told the commission that at 15 hours, Mrs. Grace Valera, wife to Mr. Joshua Valera, came to her house and informed her that the aircraft carrying the late Vice President was missing. At this point, she tried to call the late Vice President's phones, but her calls could not go through. Madam Mary Chilima confirmed that soon after the message of the missing aircraft was given to her by Mrs. Valera, she was told that the Inspector General of Police and the Minister of Health were at the house to see her. This was followed by a few other people who came to the house. It was the testimony of the Inspector General of Police and the Minister of Health that on instructions of His Excellency the President, they visited Madam Chilima to relay the message of the missing aircraft from His Excellency the President. It is in the evidence before the Commission that most of the members of the bereaved families did not receive official notification of the missing of the aircraft. They mostly heard it from social media. They, however, all acknowledged the speech from His Excellency the President to the nation, informing the country about the sad events of that day. Discovery of the aircraft wreckage. At about 5 hours on 11th June 2024, the police, medical personnel, Red Cross, Department of Civil Aviation, Northern Region Water Board, and RIPLY met at the command center, which had been set up at RIPLY Airfield to continue the search. The MDF joined later because they had continued the search throughout the previous night, and also because they were following up on some leads they had received. Such leads had taken them to Kasangazi, where they met some teachers and residents. The search team was also joined by several other teams, such as the team from the Malawi University of Science and Technology, MAST, who had brought drones with them. The team from the Rescue and Coordination Center, which including Civil Aviation, ADL, and then the team from Red Cross, who had also brought a drone. Based on the intelligence received during the night, the police officers were divided into 12 groups of 10 officers each, and each group was joined by people from MAST, Ministry of Health, Red Cross, RIPLY, and MDF. At around 9 hours, a team from the Air Force, including Colonel Mdoke, arrived from Zomba to join the search. They were briefed as to what had happened the previous night and what was to happen that morning as the search for the missing aircraft continued. At that point, the police had also received some information that the area around Pampara Hill at Ntungwa should also be searched. After the groups were dispatched, a team of police officers, including Commissioner of Police Akis Mwanga, the head of operations at Malawi Police National Headquarters, Deputy Commissioner of Police Mitai, Assistant Commissioner of Police Alex Smenti, the officer in charge, Airport Police, decided to undertake supervision of the search teams. They were joined by RIPLY staff who knew the forest well and settled to commence their supervision at Ntungwa. The team went to Ntungwa Forest Office, where they met 4 men whom they asked if they had seen police officers conducting a search there, and the men said they had not. The team also asked the 4 men if they had seen or heard anything unusual the previous day in the morning. The 4 men responded that they had heard noise like a gunshot behind Pampara Hill. The police team then drove behind the Pampara Hill where the men had pointed. Their vehicle broke down. While on that spot, they were rescued by a team of 4 MDF soldiers who were accompanied by 2 sawyers. The MDF team of 4 was led by 2nd Lieutenant Obed Mwenewanda, who was a platoon commander based at Kasitu camp. With him were Corporal Chadaine Haji Zako, Corporal Makwakwa, and Corporal Dominic Malema. It was the evidence that the Sawyers had told the team that they were very familiar with the terrain and landscape of the area. They told them that they had noted some strange development that morning on the terrain or landscape on the top of the hill. From a distance, the search team then saw something which looked like a metal object on the slope of Pampara Hill, away from the Ntungwa settlement. The team wanted to immediately walk across to where the unknown object was, but they were told by the Sawyers that they could not use a shortcut as there was a river which they could not cross. Instead, the team was advised to drive back, go up Pampara Hill, up to the telecommunication tower, where they would park their cars, and then walk around to search where the object was. The team indeed drove back and then up Pampara Hill and parked their cars by the tower. The team found two watchmen at the tower, a Mr. Whiton Lusale and a Mr. Ben Manda. The two watchmen testified that they were surprised that the police were asking them about an aircraft when they had not encountered any person around the towers for some days. They testified that no other person had been around the tower other than themselves for over a week. Having found no leads from the watchmen, the team continued down the slope, and when the team was about 200 meters away, they saw a piece of the aircraft. As they approached, they started spotting some of the passengers and crew outside the aircraft wreckage, lying lifeless. From this point, the police and MDF officers present at the site began to contact their respective superiors. The police called the Commissioner of Police North and informed him that they had found the aircraft, while the platoon commander called the commanding officer of Moyale Barracks, who in turn called the brigade commander to relay the news that they had found the aircraft. All other search teams and stakeholders were informed by telephone, and they all headed to Pampara Hill. According to the evidence, it was between 10:30 and 11 hours when the aircraft wreckage was found. Colonel Julius Mdoga gave his opinion as to why the aircraft did not catch fire. Although it was difficult to determine this, it was his evidence that this was not the first time that this kind of aircraft, Dornier 228, crashed and did not catch fire. He gave an example about an accident at Mpatsanjoka Aerodrome in Salima, where a similar aircraft crash landed on its belly without catching fire after the landing gear failed to extend. It was explained that perhaps this happened because the aircraft is a high-wing aircraft. He said high-wing aircrafts are those that have wings on top of the fuselage, like the Dornier 228, such that when it crash lands, it is likely the fuselage touches the ground first before the wings where the fuel tanks are located. And in this case, it appeared that after initial contact with a tree, the aircraft hit the ground at very high velocity and it disintegrated on impact. And being a high-wing aircraft, this possibility contributed to its not catching fire. Although at the time of the impact, there was fuel endurance of approximately 3 hours. The commission had evidence that the first persons at the accident were 4 senior officers of the Malawi police, 4 MDF soldiers, 2 Sawyers, and 2 other unidentified persons. The commission also had evidence that after the persons had arrived at the accident scene, an order from the commanding officer of the platoon who was on site was issued to the effect that he should immediately cordon off the area. This order was carried out, and when more personnel from both the police and MDF arrived, the cordon was properly executed. The commission observed that from midday on 11th of June 2024, both mainstream and social media posted pictures of the accident site and the deceased persons. Both the police and MDF showed the commission the pictures that they took when they arrived at the accident site. The commission had the evidence that it was not until Colonel Mdokwe of the Malawi Air Force came to the accident site that there were restrictions on taking of photographs. According to Colonel Mdokwe, he did not prevent the right and properly identified personnel from taking pictures, but he wanted to ensure that only those who had an obligation and mandate to do so were taking pictures. The commission heard the testimony of several police officers who told the commission that they took some pictures at the scene of the accident when they arrived, but were abruptly stopped by the military. The police identified Colonel Mdokwe as the officer who stopped them, despite their identifying themselves to the colonel. The commission had evidence from the police that the police officer who was stopped from taking pictures was in fact the regional police photographer responsible for scenes of crimes. It is in evidence that some persons who were allowed near the accident site attempted to take pictures of the wreckage or dead bodies, but were prevented from doing so by either the MDF or the police. Some persons who had taken pictures on site were forced to delete the pictures they had taken. Further, it was in the evidence that no media practitioner came to the accident scene, as everyone was kept at a distance. Items found at the accident site. It was the testimony of Assistant Superintendent Harembewe of the Regional Police Headquarters, Northern Region, that at the accident site and inside the aircraft, the team found and retrieved the following items. A, 6 assorted smartphones. B, 1 cell phone, blue in color. C, cash amounting to 1,894,000 kwacha. D, cash amounting to 69,500 kwacha. E, 1 hymn book. F, 1 diplomatic passport. G, 2 USB flash disks, silver in color. H, 3 bunches of car keys. I, 1 black jacket. J, 1 diary. K, 1 handbag. And L, 2 pistols. 1 pistol was missing but was later found by MDF. Dr. Squese testified before the commission that he had collected the sum of 5 million kwacha from Mr. Samson Ngutwa, the clerk to the cabinet, as the amount approved by His Excellency the President as condolence at the funeral of the late Mr. Kasambara, Senior Counsel. Dr. Squese personally informed the commission that he passed on the sum of money to the late Vice President on departure. This sum of money was not found at the scene of the accident. It was further the testimony of Assistant Superintendent Harembewe that all the items listed above, which he found were handed over to his superiors from Area 30 at the Chikangawa Command Center, and that his bosses took the items with them. Retrieval of bodies. When the medical personnel, members of Red Cross, Civil Aviation Authority, and Fire Department arrived at the crash site, the process of retrieving and identifying the bodies started. The Director General of Mzuzu Central Hospital took charge of this process. Bodies were identified and taken to a place away from the wreckage. It was then discovered that there were other bodies missing and could be trapped in the aircraft. The Mzuzu Airport Fire Services Department then used its equipment to cut the aircraft in order to extract the bodies that were trapped inside and under the aircraft wreckage. After all the bodies were identified, placed on stretchers, covered with blankets, they were taken to the ambulances that were waiting at the top of Pampara Hill near the towers. Evidence from medical personnel and others on site indicates that on the day that the aircraft wreckage was discovered, there was no proper path from the tower to the accident site. The actual spot where the aircraft had lodged was on a smaller hill, which was itself very steep with substantial growth of shrubs at the time of the accident. The tower where the ambulances had parked was on another higher hill with very steep terrain as well. In the harsh weather of the day, it took over 2 hours to carry the bodies uphill. The bodies were all then taken to the command center at the Raiplai Airfield. Upon arrival at Raiplai Airfield, the bodies were taken into a tent where they were placed in body bags, which were supplied by Mzimba District Hospital. Repatriation of the bodies to Lilongwe. The commanding officer of Malawi Barracks was informed that the bodies were going to be airlifted from Mzuzu Airport to Lilongwe Air Base. So he sent orders to have Mzuzu Airport cordoned off. As this was about to be done, he got further information that the bodies would be airlifted from Raiplai Airfield to Lilongwe Air Base by 2 Zambian Air Force helicopters. He then ordered that the Raiplai Airfield be cordoned off in order to control the crowd that had gathered there. At exactly 16:25 hours, the bodies were airlifted from Raiplai Airfield to Kamuzu International Airport and not to Lilongwe Air Base as originally planned, because Lilongwe Air Base has no landing lights. The two Zambian helicopters stopped over at Kasungu Airport to refuel because they had offloaded some fuel on their way to Chikangawa in order to accommodate the weight of the bodies. Thereafter, they proceeded to land at Kamuzu International Airport. Arrival in Lilongwe. At 1600 hours, the helicopters carrying the remains of the deceased passengers and crew arrived at Kamuzu International Airport. His Excellency the President received the remains in the company of cabinet ministers, the SPC, senior government officials, the MDF command and other military officers, the Inspector General and other police officers, members of the diplomatic corps, leaders of several political parties, the clergy, members of the bereaved families, amongst others. After that, the late Vice President body was taken to mortuary at Godwill Funeral Services in Area 4, and the rest of the bodies were taken to Sunset Funeral Services at Kanengo. The body of the late Vice President arrived at Goodwill Funeral Services and was received by the MDF, who began to stand sentry until the burial. I'll now hand over to Commissioner Professor Nyango Mkandawire to continue.
The next part of the presentation deals with the autopsies, and we'll start off with the section on procurement of the autopsy services. It is in evidence of family member Dr. Ben Chilima that on 11th June 2024, the Chilima family privately had started making arrangements for an autopsy to determine the cause of death of the late Vice President. The family initially contacted pathologist Dr. Tamiwe Tomoka and then Dr. Steve Kamiza. It is in evidence that Dr. Tomoka told the Commission that around 19 hours on 11th June 2024, she was contacted sequentially by Mr. Kwesi Msusa and a family member, Mr. Sazuze, both requesting a post-mortem on the body of the late Vice President. She advised them that ideally, looking at the profile of the deceased, the state should ordinarily be the one requesting the autopsy. Dr. Tomoka also told the Commission that soon after this communication, the Secretary for Health, Dr. Samson Mdolo, also contacted her requesting post-mortem services. She responded that as there were many bodies, and considering the sensitivity of the case, she would need support from another senior pathologist in the name of Dr. Steve Kamiza. She further recommended that all bodies undergo autopsies so as to assess the possible cause of death in relation to patterns of injury sustained in all of the victims. In his evidence, Dr. Samson Mdolo confirmed that he was aware that the family of the late Vice President was requesting an autopsy. Accordingly, he recommended that all family members should have the right to choose a pathologist of their choice rather than have government impose a pathologist to avoid conflicts in future. Government would, however, facilitate and pay for the autopsy services so rendered. Dr. Tomoka further told the Commission that Dr. Kamiza would only be able to join her the following day, and the postmortems were scheduled for 13th June 2024 in order to allow Dr. Kamiza to travel to Lilongwe on the 12th of June. Dr. Kamiza confirmed in his testimony that he was contacted on the evening of 11th of June 2024 by a family member of the deceased and also by officials from the Office of the President and Cabinet, who arranged for his travel from Blanda to Lilongwe on 12th June 2024. As stated, the autopsies were conducted by the two specialist pathologists, Associate Professor Dr. Steve Kamiza from Kamuzu University of Health Sciences and Dr. Tamiwe Tomoka, who is the lead pathologist and heads the Malawi Cancer Program at the University of North Carolina, Lilongwe campus. The family of Madam Patricia Shaniu Zimbiri requested that a third pathologist, Dr. Charles Zamalala, who is a lecturer in pathology at the Kamuzu University of Health Sciences, be in attendance during her autopsy. Dr. Zamalala duly attended the procedure in observer capacity, but did not submit any report. He was also asked several times to come and give evidence, but gave several excuses and was not able to attend the commission. We now deal with the site of the autopsies. It was in evidence that all autopsies were conducted on the 13th of June 2024, 3 days after the accident. This meant that the bodies had been in ambient environment for about 33 hours, from approximately 10 hours on 10th of June 2024, when we think the plane crashed, to when the airplane crashed, to 19 hours on 11th June 2024, when the bodies were delivered at the respective mortuaries and put in a controlled environment. The 7 bodies were examined at Sunset Funeral Services mortuary in Kanengo, and 1 body was examined at Goodwill Funeral Services mortuary at Area 4. Autopsies for the 7 bodies were conducted between 07 hours and 10:30 hours at Sunset Funeral, while the autopsy of the body of the late Vice President was conducted at 12:51 hours at Goodwill Funeral Services. It is in evidence that an autopsy was not conducted on the body of Mr. Abdul Lapken, following the request of the family to be buried as soon as possible, as demanded by the Islamic faith. The body of Mr. Abdul Lapken was therefore released on the morning of 12th of June 2024 and was buried on the same day at his home village in Mangochi. Autopsy methodology, environment, and findings. It is in the evidence of Dr. Amiza that ideally he should have visited the crash site after the accident, as soon after the crash as possible, to appreciate firsthand the accident circumstances. Without visiting the site, he relied on verbal information from interviews with the police, military officers, and medical personnel who were first on the scene, as well as some limited photographic evidence taken by the police and military officers. He stated that the photographs that were taken were not enough and not professionally taken for pathology assessment. Further, most of them were taken after the crashed aircraft and site had been tampered with in the process of removing the bodies that had been ejected from the aircraft and those that had been trapped and had to be extracted from the aircraft. However, he did indicate that they did their best with the available photographs. Deputy Commissioner of Police Mitai testified that as police, they initially took a few photographs, but they were eventually stopped by Colonel Julius Mdokwe of the Air Force for security reasons. In his testimony, Fire Officer Tobe Kunga of Mzuzu Airport also testified that they were only allowed to take pictures by the Air Force cutting the aircraft to extract trapped victims, and therefore did not record the untouched accident site. Similarly, senior medical officer from Zuzu Central Hospital, who was on the medical team first to arrive at the scene, testified that they were prevented from taking pictures for forensic purposes. In the evidence of Dr. Tomoka, she testified that it was difficult to get interviews from the military and police who were first responders at the site due to the tight timelines and the highly charged environment and the pressure to conduct the autopsies quickly. She told the commission that they did as much as they could in the environment they worked in. It is in evidence that Dr. Kamiza told the commission that the aim of the autopsies was A, to catalogue in detail all injuries in order to determine injury patterns and possible correlation of these to the mechanism of injury. B, to determine the manner of death, whether accidental, natural, or due to homicide. C, to determine the cause of death. And D, to reconstruct the possible sequence of events at the accident site. It was evidence of Dr. Kamiza that the autopsies started at Sunset Funeral Mortuary in the morning of 13th June 2024, where the cause of death was obvious from exterior factors and the body cavities. Where the cause of death was obvious from exterior factors and the body cavities were closed, an internal examination was not done. All autopsies had either family or official persons present to identify and observe the process. This is recorded and reflected on the autopsy reports from the pathologists. However, Dr. Kamiza reported lack of coordination amongst the various stakeholders, including the OPC, police, MDF, and the private mortuaries, as a result of poor communication relating to when and who would do the autopsies. Of concern, he noted the following. A, the bodies at Sunshine Mortuary had all been interfered with by morticians who had already cleaned, packed, and sutured some wounds and injuries. It was not clear who had given permission to the morticians to start handling the bodies. Some morticians took pictures of the bodies before working on them. The ethics of morticians taking pictures of bodies and where such pictures potentially ended up is an area of concern. Police forensic photographic evidence was done prior to the arrival of the pathologist, but some after the morticians had already interfered with the bodies. C, the MDF insisted on having bodies of MDF officers autopsied first and insisted on a fast process so that MDF can arrange funerals for their officers. The next section, pathologist findings and the cause of death. In terms of the pathologist findings, Dr. Kamiza gave evidence that for all the deceased, the manner of death was an aircraft accident. The cause of instant death was high-velocity injuries to the head, leading to fracture disintegration of the skull with complete spillage of brain tissue in 7 cases, and a high-velocity blunt force impact to the chest wall, leading to multiple thoracic cage fractures, complete severance of the aorta, ruptured heart, causing massive intrathoracic hemorrhage and circulatory collapse in 1 patient. All victims also had severe multiple injuries in the face, chest, and limbs, indicating high-velocity impact against solid structures in front of them, likely the back of seats that they were facing. All injuries were non-survivable. Both Dr. Kamiza and Dr. Tomoka testified that there was no possibility, no evidence of homicide or injury from wild animals before or after the accident as the cause of or contribution to the death. Dr. Kamiza further explained to the Commission that the condition of one body with evidence of cadaveric spasm of one hand tightly grasping a personal object as evidence of an instant, violent, and emotional death that was being anticipated as the plane crashed. In his reconstruction of the possible sequence of events, Dr. Kamiza suggested that the aircraft hit the ground with the nose at high velocity and breaking up instantly at the point of impact, evidenced by the large crater that was created and aircraft debris being seen from the point of impact all the way to about 30 meters to where the aircraft rested. Jet A1 fuel and soil and dust was found in the cabin and deep in open wounds on the bodies where they were ejected from the aircraft or trapped in the aircraft. This is consistent with instant breaking up of the aircraft on impact and the fatal wounds being sustained instantly on impact. He stated that some bodies were ejected out as the aircraft was rolling after the initial fatal impact, resulting in torn garments and clothing. It was in his testimony that death had already occasioned at the point of ejection, evidenced by lack of blood at the site where the bodies were found. It was evidence of both pathologists that it was not possible to exclude medical impairment due to conditions such as stroke or heart attack in the pilots because tissues of the heart and brain were not sampled due to the severe injuries from the impact. However, it was noted that it would be very unlikely that both pilots would suffer these medical conditions simultaneously or concurrently. They further submitted that they did not have access to normal medical records to confirm pre-existing medical conditions that could potentially lead to and in-flight impairment. Both pathologists told the Commission that specimens for toxicological assessment were not done because the bodies had no blood or urine to sample at the time of the autopsy. Tissues from the eye, which is known as vitreous fluid, in one crew member was obtained and preserved and can potentially be used for toxicological assessment. The specimen has been preserved at Kamuzu Central Hospital Laboratory. Dr. Kamiza confirmed that tissue was kept only from one crew member, despite his listing on the injuries on the other pilot stated that he had lost only one eye, and potentially vitreous fluid from that eye could have also been taken from the crew. He gave the opinion that probably both eyes were lost, and he recorded the injury wrongly. Dr. Kamiza told the Commission that although he could not rule out intoxication by way of toxicological investigations, he did not feel the crew would be intoxicated as they were military officers and they were flying the Vice President, so he would not expect them to be so. And this possibility was pushed aside. Nonetheless, he instructed the mortician to keep the sample in case further investigations may be needed. At the time of autopsy, there was minimal communication with civil aviation authorities on specific tissues that would be required for analysis. Dr. Tomoka told the Commission that the sample preserved, if sent to a laboratory in South Africa, the results could be back in 3 to 4 weeks. In view of the time lag between the accident and the time of sample collection, the results so obtained for any toxicological assessment are likely to be adversely affected. Survivability. In light of the manner and extent of injuries described under Section 2.3.1.5, death occurred instantly upon impact. By the time some passengers and crew were thrown out of the aircraft, death had already occurred. The accident was not survivable. Submission of autopsy reports. The pathologists submitted the autopsy reports to the relevant authorities for onward transmission to relevant families. Dr. Kamiza told the Commission that the late Vice President's report went to the Chilima family. Dr. Mdolo told the Commission that the report of Madam Patricia Shaniu Zimbiri was passed on to her family on request. The reports for crew members of MTF were sent to the MTF commander, and for the police, the reports were sent to the Inspector General of Police. Copies of all autopsy reports were further sent to OPC through the Secretary of Health, as the OPC was officially responsible for requesting for the conduct of these autopsies on the rest of the bodies. Family involvement in autopsy process and proceedings in the mortuary. The experiences of how families assessed their participation in the autopsies and proceedings in the mortuary varied. Dr. Kamiza gave evidence that due to the severe nature of injuries, he recommended against viewing of the bodies. He also told the Commission that the autopsies were done in an open space where all the bodies were in full view of everybody who entered the room, such that a relative going into the area would be exposed to all the other bodies, which would be very traumatizing. For this reason, relatives were not allowed to view the bodies during the autopsy process. That notwithstanding, Dr. Kamiza observed that the autopsy area did not provide enough privacy and was overcrowded with police and MDF officers, all taking pictures as well as performing investigations and other activities on their officers, like dressing them up in military clothes after the autopsies, ready for burial. The space was not ideal for autopsies, but the pathologists had to do with what they had. Nearly all the bodies were grossly disfigured, and they were placed in body bags before being laid in the coffins, and a recommendation was made to each family not to view the bodies for fear of deep psychological trauma resulting from viewing of such bodies. For family members who testified, the following were their experiences. A, the Zimbiri family. Ms. Lucy Dixon Zimbiri, daughter of Madam Patricia Chanel Zimbiri, testified as a member of the family online. She was grateful for the support of the Zimbiri. She was grateful for the support to the Zimbiri and Muluzi families that they received. She wondered if this was because of the privileged position that they have as a family. She is aware that many other families have not received the autopsy reports. As regards the autopsy process, she told the Commission that their appointed pathologist, Dr. Charles Zamalala, did not have an input in the autopsy report, and he just observed. Dr. Kamiza and Dr. Kamiza confirmed that Dr. Zamalala only observed the process. Mrs. Dixon also wondered why any samples were not taken from the body of her mother, as this may have helped in diagnosis of the cause of death, and not just assume that trauma was the cause of death. B. Chilima family. On the 12th of June 2024, the SPC visited the Chilima family, who had felt the government was slow in making burial plans. The family privately had already started making plans for an autopsy and the purchase of a casket. The SPC informed the family what plans government had put in place for the deceased, and these included: A, all the deceased would undergo government-sponsored autopsies by privately identified pathologists. B, the last vice president would be honored with a state funeral while considering the wishes of the family. C, the last vice president would be laid to rest after all other deceased in order to give him a befitting ceremony as a late vice president. On 13th June 2024, around 12:51 hours, an autopsy was conducted on the body of the late vice president, Dr. Dr. Ben Chilima, in relation to the late vice president, represented the family at the autopsy and gave evidence as follows. A, the family was happy with the team of Drs. Kamiza and Tomoka as pathologists, as they were the ones they had contacted privately. B, at the mortuary, there was good police security and all police and civilians were identified by IDs. C, the pathologists did a thorough job and allowed the family members to ask questions for clarification. They asked specifically for verification that there were no malicious injuries, such as gunshot injuries, and the pathologists took family members for a visual inspection of the body, where indeed there was no evidence of gunshot injuries. D, the family noted that indeed the nature of injuries sustained were not survivable, and that death was probably instantaneous. E, the family were shared the autopsy report and were satisfied with it. The former second lady also gave evidence in relation to the autopsy process. She is aware that this took place and has seen the autopsy report. She particularly wanted to know if any toxicological tests were done on the crew and what the results are. C, the family of Lapken family. Mrs. Sarah Lapken, spouse to Abdul Lapken, whose body was taken for burial on 12th June without undergoing an autopsy, was emotionally distraught. D, the rest of the families. Due to the fact that the request for autopsies came from the OPC, the pathologist submitted the autopsy reports to the requesting party, in this case the OPC. For this reason, most of the families were not aware that the autopsy reports in which they had an interest could be sourced on request from the employers of their deceased relatives. Thank you. I hand over to Bishop Nkos.
We now move on to government's role during the funerals. The Commission received evidence from the Minister of Justice, Honorable Titus Edward Songiso Mvalo, that on the 11th of June 2024, His Excellency the President appointed a ministerial committee that was tasked with the responsibility of organizing the state funeral for the late Vice President, as well as the funerals of the other 8 deceased
persons. He was appointed as the chairperson of the committee. The other members of the committee were Honorable Hare Mlekanjala Mkandawire, Minister of Defense, Honorable Michael Usi, Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Honorable Simplex Chichola Banda, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, Honorable Nancy Tembo, Minister of Home Affairs, it should be actually Foreign Affairs, Honorable Kombize Kandodo, Minister of Health, Honorable Richard Chimwendo Banda, Minister of Local Government, Unity and Culture, Honorable Ken Zikale Ngoma, Minister of Homeland Security, Honorable Vera Kantukule, Minister of Tourism, Honorable Moses Kunkuyu Kalonga Shawa, Minister of Information and Digitalization, and Honorable Jacob Hara, Minister of Transport and Public Works. He submitted that the committee co-opted the then Secretary General of the Malawi Congress Party and the UTM Party, namely Mr. Eisenhower Mkaka and Dr. Patricia Kaliati, respectively. He further added that the ministerial committee was supported by a technical committee which was composed of principal secretaries from various ministries as well as some heads of government institutions as follows: General Paul Valentino Piri, MDF Commander, Ms. Marilyn Yolam, Inspector General of Police, Pastor Dokani Ngwira, Director General of the National Intelligence Service, Mr. Godwin Kaonongera, Principal Secretary, Finance, OPC, Dr. Bichani Chereni, Secretary to the Treasury, Mr. James Chusiwa, Secretary for Defense, Mr. Richard Hala, Secretary for Local Government, Mr. Bernard Sande, Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Steve Kayuni, Secretary for Homeland Security, Dr. Lucky Sikwese, Secretary to the Vice President, Dr. Samson Mdolo, Secretary for Health, Mr. Charles Kalemba, Commissioner for Disaster Management Affairs, Mr. Samson Ngutwa, Clerk to the Cabinet, Engineer David Mzandu, Secretary for Transport and Public Works, Mr. Chisomo Kasamba, National Public Events. In his testimony, Honorable Mvalo stated that the very first task undertaken by the committee was to facilitate the ferrying of the bodies of the deceased passengers and crew from the airfield at Raiplai in Mzimba to Kia on the 11th of June 2024. The bodies were flown to Kia via Kasungu by 2 helicopters that they had to stop at Kasungu airfield for refueling. Upon arrival at Kia, the bodies were taken into respective ambulances that had been arranged by the committee. The late Vice President's body was taken to Goodwill Funeral Services and the rest to Sunset Funeral Services at Kaningo. This was on account of the advice from the military that the late Vice President's body should be accommodated alone. It is in his testimony that the committee met on the 12th of June 2024 at the main conference room of the OPC building to further plan the funeral arrangements and programs for the burial of the deceased. At that time, the bodies of the deceased, except that of the late Abdul Kingston Lapuken, remained at their respective mortuaries pending the conduct of autopsies on the 13th of June 2024. The Commission was informed that the body of the late Lapuken was released in the morning of the 12th of June 2024 at the request of the family in order for them to comply with Islamic rites of burial of the body as soon as is practical, or at least within 24 hours of death. Burial of the crew and passengers. It is in the testimony of Honorable Mvalo that the Ministerial Committee, collaborating with the Technical Committee, agreed and put in place all logistics regarding the funeral ceremonies of the 8 deceased passengers and crew who were in the AF-88M, In that regard, he informed the Commission that government took the responsibility of meeting all the logistics and expenses relating to the funerals. In line with the foregoing, the government met the mortuary costs, including the cost of the autopsies, and also bought coffins or caskets as applicable for each of the deceased persons. Government further provided transportation from Lilongwe to respective burial places of all the deceased. Government also provided the sum of 2 million kwacha for food and other related expenses, and the sum of 1 million kwacha condolence money for each of the 7 families. In respect of the late Ms. Patricia Chanel Zimbiri, former First Lady, the government provided the sum of 5 million kwacha for food and related expenses, and 5 million kwacha as condolence money to the family. As former First Lady, Ms. Zimbiri was buried with full military honors. It is in the testimony of Honorable Mvalo that all the 8 deceased persons were accorded befitting burial with dignity. He further stated that government was represented by cabinet ministers and other senior government officials at all the funeral ceremonies on different dates respectively. In its engagement with families of the deceased persons, the Commission confirmed Honorable Mvalo's submission and took note of the dates of the funeral ceremonies accordingly. In that regard, the Commission established the following. A, the burial of Mr. Abdul Kingston Lapuken was on the 12th of June 2024 in Mangochi district. According to Mr. Abdullah Ajibu, a nephew of the deceased, he confirmed that they proceeded and collected the body of his uncle at the mortuary on the early morning of the 12th of June 2024 and left for Mangochi. Burial was on the same day. He told the Commission that the transport arrangements and all the logistics were made by government. He further confirmed that several cabinet ministers and senior government officials attended the funeral. His evidence was corroborated by Ms. Sarah Lapuken, wife to the late Lapuken. She stated that everything to do with the funeral of her husband was managed and made by the government. She, however, complained to the Commission that since the burial ceremony, there has been no further contact or assistance from government, even on the process of trying to get documentation for the death benefits. She explained how she had been forced to move up and down from one office to another, trying to arrange for a death certificate for over 2 months until Sunset Funeral Services stepped in and helped her to process it. She submitted that all the paperwork has been done and was submitted to the Accountant General. B, the burial of late Daniel Kanyemba was on the 13th of June 2024 at Chiseka in Lilongwe district. It was the evidence of Mr. Kreto Kanyemba, the deceased uncle, that indeed all the expenses relating to the funeral were made by government. He acknowledged that the family also received condolence money accordingly. He also lamented that after the burial of Mr. Kanyemba, there has been no contact on the part of government, and expressed his anxiety that his nephew has left kids, including an 8-year-old, and wondered how they should proceed. C, the burial of Assistant Commissioner of Police Lucas Kapeni was on the 13th of June 2024 at Sante in Kasungu district. While the spouse of the deceased, Ms. Martha Kapeni, attended the inquiry and recounted the events of the 10th and 11th of June 2024, she was unable to complete her testimony of the events in respect of the funeral ceremony and the burial, as she broke down during the hearing and could not continue. However, the Commission heard the testimony of Mr. Christopher Kapeni, the older brother to the deceased, who testified that when the news about the death of the brother broke, they got assurances from the police welfare that they were going to help the family accordingly. He submitted that the family was provided transport to Kia to receive the bodies of the deceased and to the mortuary. Further, government made all the logistics and expenses relating to the funeral. He further explained that the police have since started helping them on the paperwork for them to access gratuity and death benefits for the deceased. D. The burial of Inspector Chisomo Chimaneni was on the 13th of June 2024 in Makwaule village in Nshisi district. The commission was unable to meet any relatives of the late Inspector Chimaneni in the course of this inquiry. E. The burial of Major Florence Rex Selemani was on the 14th of June 2024 at Mangunda in Cholo district. According to her husband, Mr. Mavuto Ngwirinji, the government assisted in respect of all the funeral arrangements and confirmed having received the sum of 2 million Malawi kwacha as assistance at the funeral. F. The burial of Colonel Owen Louis Sambalopa was on the 14th of June 2024 at Malosa village, Traditional Authority Chikowi in Zomba district. According to the younger brother of the deceased, Mr. Nathan Sambalopa, all funeral logistics and arrangements were done by the Air Force. D. The burial of Major Wells Jordan Aidini was on the 14th of June 2024 at Nankumba in Mangoshi district. H. The burial of Miss Patricia Chanel Zimbiri was on the 14th of June 2024 at Senzani in Baraka. She was buried with full military honors. According to the daughter of the deceased, Lucy Dixon, they received full support from the government in respect of the funeral logistics and expenses. Funeral of the late Vice President. It was in the evidence of Honorable Mvalo that in respect of the late Vice President, he was accorded a full state funeral, and the sequence of the events were as follows. On Friday, the 14th of June, 2024, the body of the late Vice President was taken from the mortuary to St. Patrick's Church in Area 18 in Lilongwe for a requiem mass. Thereafter, the body was taken to the late Vice President's official residence in Area 12 in Lilongwe. On Saturday, the 15th of June, 2024, the body of the late Vice President was taken from the official residence in Area 12 to Parliament Building to lie in state where the public would view the body. The viewing of the body went up to 20 hours on that day. On Sunday, the 16th of June 2024, the body of the late Vice President was taken to Bingu National Stadium for a funeral service. The funeral service was attended by a number of foreign dignitaries from Botswana, Ghana, Uganda, Mozambique, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. After the funeral service at Bingu National Stadium, the body of the late Vice President was taken by the MDF in a funeral procession to his home in Nsipencheu for burial on the 17th of June, 2024. The funeral procession to Ncheu. It has been taken in testimony that the late Vice President's funeral procession from Lilongwe to his final resting place in Nsipe, Ncheu, was not a smooth one. It is in the testimony of Madam Mary Chilima, the late Vice President's wife, that the funeral procession was attacked by some unknown people along the M1 road to the extent that the casket carrying the remains of the late Vice President was dented after it was pelted with stones. It was her view during the testimony that the funeral procession did not have enough security as it had been assigned only 10 security officers. She wondered whether the incident had been investigated by the security agents or was part of the current ongoing investigation. Concurring with the same, His Excellency the President submitted in his evidence having received reports that the funeral convoy was pelted with stones at some point on the M1 road on its way to Nsipe, Nchewu. Both testimonies were corroborated by Honorable Mvalo, who stated that he was aware about the unfortunate incidents that happened along the M1 road, including the stoning of the convoy and other vehicles and the setting fire to a government vehicle as a funeral procession was heading for Nsipe in Nchewu. He, however, deferred the issue to the Ministry of Homeland Security, whom he stated were the right parties to explain the same. On her part, the Inspector General of the Police, Ms. Marilyn Yolamu, acknowledged having received reports in that regard. In her testimony, she stated that after the funeral ceremony at the Bingu National Stadium, the MDF took the body of the late Vice President on a funeral procession to Nsipe Nchewu. She confirmed having received reports about incidents along the M1 road, including the torching of the Nchewu District Commissioner's motor vehicle. She submitted that these incidences resulted in the police deploying extra security all along the M1 road all the way to Nsipe Nchewu. She testified that calm and security was restored along the M1 road and at Nchewu town the very same evening. According to the testimony of Mr. Akis Mwanga, Commissioner of Police responsible for operations of the Malawi Police Service, based at the headquarters in Lilongwe, stated that on the day the body was going to Nchewu, he was out of the country and indicated that he never received any information that the convoy was pelted with stones. Burial of the late Vice President. The burial of the late Vice President took place on Monday, the 17th of June, 2024, at his home village in Nsipe, Nchewu district, amid very heavy security presence. It was the testimony of the Inspector General of Police that due to the incidents the previous day, extra police was deployed at the burial ceremony. The police were assisted by the MDF in making the route to Nsipe and the venue secure. The heavy presence of police and the MDF at the burial ceremony of the late Vice President was acknowledged by His Excellency the President in his testimony. Accordingly, the ceremony proceeded and concluded without any problem. Other measures that were taken by government during the funeral. It is in evidence that being a state funeral and having taken full responsibility and met all the expenses relating to the funeral of the late Vice President, the government also took extra measures to ensure that people from all walks of life had an opportunity to bid farewell to the late Vice President. To this end, it is in the testimony of Honorable Mvalo and of Ms. Colleen Zamba, the SPC, that government, being aware that the late Vice President was leading an alliance of several political parties that had partnered with the Malawi Congress Party in the government, provided support to the said partnership to help the individual parties meet the cost associated with the attendance of their members at the late Vice President's funeral. The SPC testified that as government, they did not want to manage everything centrally, but resolved that the political parties submit their budgets so that the political parties themselves should take responsibility of their expenses in respect of their supporters during the funeral. She further stated that government further contributed to providing transport in form of vehicles. The monetary support to respective political parties was disbursed to the parties respectively. People's Party, 15,750,000 kwacha. Malawi Congress Party, 30 million kwacha. UTM, 61,150,000 kwacha. Petra, 5,100,000 kwacha. Afford, 12 million Malawi kwacha. Umodzi Party, 5 million Malawi kwacha. Mafunde Party, 3,988,000 kwacha. Freedom Party, 9,350,000 kwacha. And PPM, 4,450,000 kwacha. The commission was further informed that the funeral committee segregated the UDF as a party and provided them the sum of 15 million Malawi kwacha to help them meet the cost of their membership's attendance during the funerals in view of the fact that Madam Patricia Zimbiri was previously former First Lady, having been wife to the former President, His Excellency Bakiri Muluzi. It was received in evidence that in total, the overall total cost of the funerals for the late Vice President and the 8 others came to 1,572,093,021 kwacha, 0.67 tambala. It is worth pointing out that it was received in evidence from the Inspector General that during the period of the funerals, there was very high security risk and tense moments everywhere across the country. She submitted that as police, they were stretched to the limit in terms of equipment and other resources. She, however, observed that the police has very resolute and patriotic men and women who did their best that they could do in the prevailing circumstances at the time within the limited resources they had. And I hand over to the chairman of the commission.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bishop Mkosi. It's been a long day so far. I hope we are all still listening. Just a typo to correct. The car that was burned during the funeral procession was the Doa deceased car, not Ncheo deceased car. Just a bit of a correction. I know, we are getting tired. The Commissions of Inquiry Act actually demands that when the Commission presents its report, it has to present its findings. And it must give reasons for its findings. So, I'll read the report as it is, but you'll note that most of the reasons, some of it, have already been embedded in the evidence. So I may be going through some of the evidence that has already been tendered, where need be. In some cases, I'll simply pick a bullet point and say, this is the finding. And surely you will tell that this is this evidence. So bear with me. If I repeat, bear with me. So I'll continue with the reading. This chapter presents the findings of the Commission, having conducted a thorough inquiry into the circumstances prior to, during, and after the aircraft, from the time the aircraft departed Kia until it was discovered on the 11th of June 2024. The findings are based on the different testimonies from different individuals, either in their own behalf or on behalf of various institutions that were summoned for the hearings, as well as documents that were tendered as part of the testimony. It must be noted, in respect of the foregoing, that the Commission has endeavored to analyze all the evidence presented before it before pronouncing its findings. It must be noted, however, that the preceding chapters of this report have already extensively captured and analyzed a lot of evidence which has directly or indirectly made some findings in respect of some areas that the Commission was requested to address under its terms of reference. In that regard, the Commission shall not repeat such analysis and will simply isolate the issues therein and pronounce its findings as applicable. The Commission's findings have been presented herewith in the same order as set out in the terms of reference as follows. 1. The manner and procedures of procuring the use of the aircraft AMF-203 from the Malawi Air Force. From the evidence presented before the Commission, it is the Commission's finding that over the years, the manner in which aircraft from the Air Force has been procured for use on non-military mission has changed. Previously, the procedure was for any interested party or person, organization, to first seek authority in writing from the Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Force, who is His Excellency the President, through the OPC. The OPC would then deploy a memorandum to His Excellency the President seeking approval. Only after such an approval had been given and the information had been laid to the MDF, would the internal MDF processes, such as issuing of an air transport order and an operation order and estimates for the trip, would then be triggered. The Commission established that recently there seems to be a hybrid approach to the procurement, where in some instances the request to use the aircraft is made to His Excellency the President, and in other instances where the request to His Excellency the President is not made. The Commission was told that there is a formal communication in form of a memorandum that was issued effecting the change. However, in the absence of proof of the actual memorandum to the Commission, it was the Commission's finding that such change in the procurement of the MDF aircraft was simply as a result of practice. Further, it is the Commission's finding that having alternated between the previous system of chartering aircraft from the Air Force to the other direct system, the Office of the Vice President did not complete the procurement process of the aircraft from the Air Force as per practice. It is in the evidence before the Commission that at the time of making the request to the MDF, the necessary request to His Excellency the President had not been made and was only, in retrospect, going to be done later as a formality. When the requests were made to MDF, and MDF in turn issued instruction to the Air Force, the procurement process thereafter was in order. The Air Force issued a transport order to its base in Zomba, where the aircraft was based, and Zomba Air Base prepared its estimates and sent back the same to Air Malawi Defense Headquarters, which in turn presented to MDF Headquarters. MDF Headquarters then dealt with the issue of payment accordingly. The status and performance of MAF-203 the previous day and on the day of the aircraft accident. Based on the evidence presented before the Commission, it is the Commission's finding that the Donia aircraft registration number MAF-203 was in good condition both on the 9th June 2024 when it left Zomba Air Base through Chileka International Airport to Nzuzu, and on the 10th of June 2024 when it left Nzuzu Airport to Kia to pick the late Vice President and on its way back to Nzuzu. In reaching this conclusion, the Commission took cognizance of the fact that there was clear evidence that the aircraft was duly maintained and inspected in accordance with manufacturer's maintenance instructions. The aircraft had been maintained by Malawi Air Force's engineers that have been in the employment of the MDF since the acquisition of this aircraft and were extensively trained by aircraft manufacturers in Germany and had acquired comprehensive knowledge and skills in the maintenance of the aircraft. The Commission also considered the fact that this type of aircraft generally has a lifespan of 29,000 flying hours, yet MAFT-03 had only completed about 3,489 flying hours. From the evidence before the Commission found that the aircraft was From the evidence before it, the Commission found that the aircraft was equipped with a very high frequency radio, automatic direction finder, very high frequency omnidirectional range, and instrument landing system, navigation, and approach equipment. The VHF radio on board was also in working order, as evidenced by normal radio communication with Air Control Tower at Zomba, Chireka, Lilongwe, and Mzuzu on 9th June 2024, and on 10th June 2024 with Mzuzu and Lilongwe Control Towers. In terms of the automatic direction finder and the instrument landing system, the aircraft was cleared and the aircraft performed successfully a homing to the beacon and executed an instrument landing system approach into runway 14 at Kamuzu International Airport as it was coming from Mzuzu. From the evidence before the Commission, it believes that the airborne, very high frequency omnidirectional range and the distant measuring equipment were functional, as they must have been used as the initial navigational and homing stations for direction and distance information while the aircraft was some distance from Kia before commencing the approach. Most importantly, it is clear from the evidence before the Commission that the crew members who flew the aircraft from Zomba Air Base to Mzuzu Airport via Chileka and then to Kia and were flying back from Lilongwe to Mzuzu did not report any problem at any point in respect of the aircraft. It is also very clear from the evidence that at the time the crew spoke with the control tower at Mzuzu at 10:12 a.m. to inform them about the approach to Mzuzu Airport, there was no indication from the crew that the aircraft had developed a problem or a fault. There was also no indication that the pilot was under any stress, pressure, or anxiety. The status, condition, experience, and capacity of the crew operating the aircraft. It was the Commission's finding that Colonel Sambalopa was a very competent and professional pilot with extensive flying knowledge and experience. He was an instructor for the Malawi Air Force and had amassed in excess of 2,367 flying hours experience. He held a commercial pilot license, which was converted into a military pilot license number 127, issued on 5th November 1996. He also held an MDF radio telephony operator license issued on 5th November 1996. In terms of his aircraft ratings, Colonel Sambalopa was rated on the Donia 228 and MA 600 aircraft. He had passed instrumental rating flying tests in 1996, 1997, 2002, 2004, 2007, 2013, 2014, and finally on 22nd May 2019. On 24th January 2024, Colonel Sambalopa passed an instrument rating flying test on MA 600. The Commission did not establish how frequent the instrument ratings ought to be done in the military for purposes of maintaining the validity of the military pilot license. However, the Commission established that in the last 90 days prior to the crash, Colonel Sambalopa had flown a total of 24 hours, 10 minutes. And in the 24 hours before the crash, he had completed 2 hours, 40 minutes of flying. In terms of medicals, the last available medical record that the Commission received in evidence for Colonel Sambalopa is an aviation medical assessment on 25th of November 2020, and it expired on 25th February 2021. From the before the Commission, Colonel Sambalopa had previously fought between Kamuzu International Airport and Mzuzu Airport as the pilot in command on a number. He had further previously flown successful approaches to Mzuzu Airport, including via the lake under varying weather conditions for a number of times. In terms of the co-pilot, Major Selemani, the Commission established that from the evidence before it, she held a commercial pilot's license issued on 24th of June 2013 at the South African Civil Aviation Authority and obtained a military pilot license number 130 issued on the 2nd of August 2017. The Commission was unable to examine the actual license, but noted that the photocopy of the license had some particulars missing, although it could be verified through other records of the document. The signature of the issuing officer was also endorsed. Her license included the Donia 228 aircraft type rating as a co-pilot, and she passed the instrument rating flight test in 2014, 2016, and the last flight test on the Donia 228 was conducted on 2nd of August 2017. From the evidence presented before the Commission, the photocopy of her license, which was made available to the Commission, did not include any aviation medical records. The Commission further established that Major Selemani undertook ground covering aircraft system and cockpit refamiliarization. After completion of ground school, Major Selemani flew 7 hours recap training missions and 17 hours operational missions, making a total of 24 hours and 29 landings as part of our recurrency training under the Malawi Air Force training program from 2nd to 5th April 2024 and from 8th to 23rd April 2024, following 2 years period of inactivity while she was away in South Africa attending to her sick child. The Commission established that in May 2024, Major Selemani, as a co-pilot, undertook 2 VVIP missions from Kia to Club Makokola, flying in total for 75 minutes. The co-pilot had during the last 90 days flown a total of 23 hours and 50 minutes, and during the last 24 hours prior to the crash, she had done a total of 2 hours and 40 minutes as a co-pilot. The previous landings of the 2 pilots, that's Colonel Sambalopa and Major Selemani, together were on 30th of April 2024 and 9th of June 2024. The Commission further established that although Colonel Sambalopa and Major Selemani possessed adequate flying knowledge and experience according to the evidence presented, their licenses, including medical certificates, were not kept current. In respect of the pairing or combination and compatibility of Colonel Sambalopa, a very experienced and senior pilot, with Major Selemani, a junior and less experienced pilot, that's for the VIP flight, it was established from the evidence before the Commission that the combination of the two, that's a very experienced pilot and a less experienced co-pilot, was recommended in the aviation industry, especially in the military. It is also a practice that is common everywhere in the commercial airlines. It is in evidence that the combination on this day was normal, although sometimes 2 equally experienced captains would be rostered to operate such a VIP flight. From the evidence before the Commission, it was established that this arrangement would not have been possible on this day, owing to the fact that Colonel Sambalopa and Major Selemani were already in Mzuzu on that aircraft. Looking at the timelines, it was going to be logistically difficult for both or one of them to be replaced, because it meant somebody traveling all the way from Zomba to Mzuzu that evening to take over the mission, which was not possible. In terms of their condition on the day of the flight, from the evidence received before the Commission, they were all in good flying condition. The Commission bases the same from the evidence of the MDF driver, who dropped them the previous night at their place of abode and collected them in the morning to go to Mzuzu Airport. It was also the evidence of Senior Flight Information Officer of Mzuzu Airport, Mr. Moyo, that all the crew members looked very fine, fit and relaxed on the morning of 10th of June 2024 when they arrived at the airport ready to fly. The crew had a small chat at the airport with the Senior Flight Information Officer, Mr. Moyo, as usual, as they were submitting their flight plan ready for the departure for Kia. Likewise, at Kia, the crew had about an hour, and from the evidence before the Commission, they were all in good condition all the time. While the Commission did not have any evidence on any toxicological test results, it is the Commission's findings that from the evidence presented before it, the condition, experience and capacity of the crew operating the ill-fated aircraft was good, but their status as a pilot was not good, as their medical reports, training and licenses were not current. Aviation protocols followed at the point of departure and expected destination. From the evidence presented during the Commission, it is the Commission's findings that, except for aviation protocols on weather briefings, all aviation standards, procedures, and protocols at the point of departure and expected destination of the aircraft were followed. From the evidence before the Commission, the crew failed to obtain an official weather briefing for the flight from Kia to Mzuzu, although they were aware of the weather situation at the destination and en route. They, however, received a weather report. From the evidence before the Commission, the crew opted to fly from Kia to Mzuzu using the direct route instead of using the normal route of W601 because apparently they had encountered bad weather on that route during the inbound flight. Having decided to change and use the direct route, the crew did not obtain weather briefing for the route as required by aviation protocols. From the evidence before the Commission, the Airport Meteorological Office provides such weather briefings only on demand. The Commission also established that the crew did not request for such briefing at Chileka Airport as well the previous day as they were traveling to Mzuzu. In terms of communication between the passengers on board the aircraft and any person on the ground during the flight, the evidence was clear that there was such communication. I think Commissioner Madise did go to that extensively, if I recall. And I'll simply say that the Commission only got the content of the discussion just as regards to communication between the late Vice President and the Secretary of the Vice President, Dr. Sikwese. The communication was in respect of rescheduling of some meetings that the VP had scheduled. And the other one is the one that was communication through telegram at 10:10, which Commissioner Madise has already indicated in the evidence, where Mr. Wine Nyondo and the VP's aide-de-camp, Inspector Chimaneni, were into a conversation in which Inspector Chimaneni simply said too much turbulence, and Ms. Nyondo replied Pepani. But the Pepani message was not delivered. Notification of the missing aircraft when the Air Force was informed and the course of and order of events taken in response. The Commission was given a task to consider the sequence of events from the time the notification of the missing aircraft, when the Air Force was informed, and the course of events thereafter. Commissioners here have indicated the sequence, giving time, what happened, who contacted who, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go into that evidence again. Commissioners have appraised the team. However, the finding of the Commission is that the Air Force was notified of the missing aircraft almost immediately. The aircraft could not be contacted via the radio. It is also the Commission's finding that the acting commander of the Air Force, Brigadier General Ismail, contacted the MDF commander and informed him of this information by 10:45 hours. Escalation of notification to His Excellency the President, what was communicated to the President, and what directives the President gave. Commissioner Madise has gone into details with that, and I will simply hit a highlight. 11:35, the MDF commander called the President, alerting him of the developments in Mzuzu. And the Commission, at this point, established that His Excellency the President understood the MDF's commander's telephone call as an alert to the effect that the aircraft was failing to land in Mzuzu due to bad weather and may be on its way back to Kia. At this point, His Excellency the President advised the MDF commander to keep reporting progress. At 12:15, that was when the MDF commander went personally to see HE, and Commissioner Madise has outlined what followed later. At 15 hours, a party of the SPC, MDF commander, IG, Minister of Health, again went to see the President to appraise him on the what was happening on the ground. And this is where Commissioner Madise again alluded to the fact that the President then directed for a press conference. He directed postponement of the trip to Bahamas. He informed the team to immediately inform Madame Chilima of what was happening. He ordered that the search should be continued until the aircraft is found. He also called for a cabinet meeting and also made the announcement at around 11 o'clock of the events. The search and rescue efforts from commencement through areas of focus to the point of discovering the wreckage of the aircraft. I'll go through what has already been gone through by my colleagues, but for the sake of posterity. From the evidence before the Commission, it is the Commission's finding that extensive search and rescue efforts were mounted by various stakeholders led by MDF and the Malawi police. The Commission's findings in respect of the sequence of the events in the 2 days does, in some respect, highlight the extent of the search and the rescue efforts that was mounted on these days. The Commissioner received and considered evidence regarding the last communication received from AMF-203 at 10:12 hours as reported by Mzuzu Air Traffic Control Tower. The Commission found that the report that the aircraft was 20 nautical miles north of Mzuzu and was going towards Ekwendeni was a bit not credible. The military from Zomba Air Base reported that they had been informed by the same source that the last location of the MAF-203 was 20 nautical miles northeast of Mzuzu, which was somewhere around Usisia. Usisia is in Nkatabe. The internal report of the BFU shows that the aircraft did not go anywhere north of Mzuzu. It is therefore the Commission's finding that in the absence of cockpit voice recorders in the cockpit and the recorders in the air traffic control tower, the last reported location of the aircraft is not credible and had adverse impact on the commencement of the search for the aircraft, since the initial physical search had been directed towards Ekwendeni until such a time that the information regarding the Reply Airtel Tower was received. However, for the avoidance of doubt, it is the Commission's finding that according to the evidence presented, the commencement and overall search and rescue operation by aviation authorities and their main partners, MDF and police, started very, very early into the emergency. According to the evidence before the Commission, the authorities had exhausted the internal search and rescue emergency response and had already escalated the same to the neighboring countries by 10:47 hours. On the physical search and rescue on the ground, the Commission established that the first day of the search was very challenging in that there was no clarity as to where exactly the search should have been directed to. There were numerous misinformation sent to the search and rescue team, most of which was based on speculation. It was also the Commission's finding that the search was hampered by very bad weather coupled with the team's lack of appropriate search and rescue equipment. From the testimony before the commission, the search and rescue required searchlights for the night, yet people were using lighting from smartphones and whatever they could lay their hands on. They also could not penetrate the thick forests of the Chikangawa forest because of lack of machetes or panga knives and the like. The people undertaking the search were not properly clothed and were exposed to multiple risks, including snake bites, hypothermia, and so on and so forth. It is the finding of the commission that the search coordination was much better the following day after the security teams had gathered enough intelligence and the weather had somehow improved. The commission also made several observations regarding the testimony of 2 watchmen at the towers at Pampara Hill, the site of the accident, one of whom, Mr. Ben Manda, thought that he had heard a sound of the generator blowing off as follows. The distance between the actual accident site and the towers was about 500 meters with the towers located at a higher point. There is a copse. A copse is as in C-O-P-S-E. It is a small forest, kind of woodlot, kind of line of trees, right? So, there is a copse in the line of sight between the towers and the accident spot. In fact, it is in evidence that a group of policemen reached the towers, and when they came down to one side of the copse, they did not proceed to the other side of the copse, considering the limited visibility. Actually, the accident site was on the other side of the hill on the steep slope, and considering the copse barrier in between and the heavy fog on both days, the 10th and the 11th June 2024, the search team was visibly impaired. The alleged suspension of search and rescue efforts, Commissioner Madisi has highlighted, but I'll go through it as well again. From the evidence before the commission, there was a united search party on the 10th of June 2024, comprising MDF, police, RIPLI, locals, media houses, as well as members of the general public. It is the commission's finding that the police tactically suspended the search around 22 hours because of various factors, including lack of information to guide the search strategy, poor visibility, hostile weather conditions, lack of equipment, and lack of proper attire. The evidence before the commission attested to the fact that despite this tactical suspension, the police deployed a team of detectives and community police officers into the communities to gather information which would help the search the next day. It is also the Commission's finding that the MDF never suspended its search and continued to search throughout the night until the aircraft was found. 3. The probable cause of the aircraft accident. From the evidence before the Commission, aircraft accidents are attributable to 3 factors. 1, human factors. 2, environmental factors, including the weather. 3, technical factors. From the evidence gathered by the Commission, there was no proof of technical factors as the cause of the accident, of the aircraft accident. However, the Commission is aware of a technical investigation underway being undertaken by the BFU. Apart from the interim report, the Commission has not been provided with any other information by the BFU. The Commission, however, took note of the interim report by the BFU and its content. The Commission observed that the GPS flight data obtained from the BFU interim report indicates that on the 10th of June 2024, on the flight to Nzuzu, after 950 hours, the aircraft started deviating off track towards the west. Then it went towards the south, later to the east, before resuming course towards north or northeastwards, now in the right direction. Through these maneuvers, the aircraft was in some places climbing and in others descending. Yet it was several miles away from the destination, meaning that these maneuvers were not actions intended to make an approach to the destination airport. The Commission noted that the BFU interim report at some point, the Commission noted that from the BFU interim report that at some point the aircraft made one full cycle orbit before performing two more full 360 degrees turns while descending between 500 feet and 200 feet above the ground level. This can be correlated with the ground witnesses who reported seeing the aircraft flying very low at treetops and near a football pitch. The Commission heard testimony that the headmaster of Kasangazi Full Primary School sent learners out of class to witness this rare sight. Considering the fact that the crew did not declare an emergency at 10:12 when they contacted Mzuzu Tower, the Commission infers that these maneuvers performed by the crew of MAF 203 were not as a result of an emergency. The Commission is of the view that these maneuvers were performed by the flight crew to stay away and out of instrument meteorological condition, IMSC, in order to continue the flight under the visual meteorological conditions that would facilitate visual approach and subsequent landing at the destination aerodrome. This view is supported by the prevailing meteorological conditions at the destination, which reported a near overcast sky at or below 1,500 feet above ground level, although ground horizontal visibility was somewhat between 5 and 8 kilometers. The Commission observed that had the aircraft continued to fly to Mzuzu at an altitude of 7,000 feet, it would have arrived over Mzuzu approach area, above the layer of the overcast clouds. This could have rendered a descent into Zuzu difficult, considering that there were no instrument and approach aids at Mzuzu airport. This could be the reason why the crew decided to fly low. Even if the GPS was fully functional or the crew were not lost but only misspoke about the 20 nautical miles north, the aircraft was being navigated by the pilots through high terrain, along valleys, which seemingly were devoid of low clouds. This is except for the portion of the high ground, which was most probably covered by low clouds and fog, where the aircraft was headed to when it was turned westwards, heading 283 degrees when it impacted the ground. The Commission observed that at the point of impact, the landing gear was down and the flap selection were selected at position 1. The Commission is unable to conclude why the crew configured the aircraft in this manner when they did not have the destination aerodrome in sight. Based on the evidence that the Commission has received, it is the Commission's findings that the probable cause of the accident was a combination of environmental factors and human factors. This finding is based on the analysis of the overall evidence in the flight data, the communication between the crew and the traffic control in Mzuzu, the weather conditions along the flight path, especially around Ndungwa, that could have disoriented the aircraft crew, contributing to the accident. It is the Commission's view that spatial disorientation occurred in this marginal weather condition when the crew, using visual flight rules, lost visual reference to maintain their orientation due to low clouds, fog, strong winds, and drizzles, thereby contributing to the accident. Cause of death. From the evidence before the Commission, the cause of death for all persons on board the aircraft was high impact velocity injuries due to the aircraft accident. The Commission also found that death for all persons on board was instant. From the evidence before the Commission, there is no evidence of possibility of homicide or other causes of death, such as animal bites or any other third-party agents before and after the accident. Survivability of the accident. From the evidence before it, it is the Commission's finding that all persons on board the aircraft died instantly upon the aircraft impacting the ground. It is therefore the Commission's finding that no one on board the aircraft could have survived the accident, or the injuries were non-survivable. Photographs at the scene of the accident. The Commission had evidence from a number of persons who indicated that their roles in the aircraft accident would have been performed better if there were proper and professional forensic pictures of the scene of the accident and the deceased. This includes the pathologists and criminal investigators, among others, in case such need arises in future. The Commission noted that most of the pictures in circulation, pictures that were in circulation in the public, the Commission noted that most of the pictures in circulation were graphic in nature. The Commission took notice of the congruence between the pictures that were taken by the police and those pictures that were in circulation, both in the mainstream and social media. The Commission observed that the pictures in circulation did not respect the privacy and dignity of the deceased persons. The Commission established that the persons responsible for taking these pictures did not exercise their duty of care toward the bereaved families and the nation at large by allowing unauthorized access of the pictures that were taken for official purposes by persons who circulated the same in both mainstream and social media. In the course of gathering evidence, the Commission was informed that the police had conducted interview and taken statements from a number of witnesses, which is in a docket that would be made available to the Commission. Despite several and specific reminders by the Commission, this docket was not provided to the Commission. Other findings. This is just other findings related to this. The Commission found that in the flight plan for the flight from Kia to Mzuzu, the aircraft's identification, which is called a call sign, was indicated as Malawi 2. That's in the flight plan. There was evidence, though, through the flight. There was evidence through flight progress strips that during radio communication, the aircraft's call sign was Malawi 2 when it was under Kia control, but its call sign was AF88M when it was communicating with Mzuzu Tower, meaning that from Kia, they were saying Malawi 2, then they would communicate Malawi 2, Malawi 2. But the moment Mzuzu Tower was communicating, it was now AF88M. The Commission also found that the cruising altitude of 9,000 feet filed in the flight plan for Malawi 2 at Kia was below the published minimum flight altitude of 11,000 feet in the Aeronautical Information Publication Malawi ENR 3.1.5 dated 21 July 2017. Also, evidence was submitted that while en route and upon reaching 7,000 feet, Malawi 2 brackets AF88M requested and was recleared by air traffic control to maintain 7,000 feet due to weather. An altitude of 7,000 feet being too far below the minimum flight altitude, and the aircraft at or too close to the controlled airspace boundary, there was no evidence that Malawi 2 specifically cancelled its instrument flight rules plan as required by the aviation regulation. At this point, let me ask Commissioner Kalia to go to the recommendations. Thank you.
Recommendations. In accordance with the terms of reference for the Commission, having made its findings, presents its recommendations on the aircraft accident and incidental matters. The Commission wishes to particularize the institutions that it considers appropriate to implement the recommendations accordingly. The recommendations are as follows. 4.1. Office of the President and Cabinet. A. The OPC should develop clear guidelines on the manner of procurement of military equipment for non-military missions, especially where civilians are likely to use the military equipment for the carriage of persons or goods. The guidelines must be made available to the public and must be updated from time to time. There is need to ensure that the said guidelines are complied with prior to releasing the equipment to the requesting party. B. Government should adequately invest in and provide resources for the operations of the MDF and its services, the Malawi Police Service, the Department of Civil Aviation, and Emergency Medical Services. This should include resources for procurement of equipment like aircraft, that is helicopters fixed with wing aeroplanes, unnamed aerial vehicles, maritime vehicles, speedboats, rescue boats, excavators, air, ground, and maritime ambulances, among others. C. Government should make arrangements to ensure that very, very important persons travel in aircrafts commensurate with their route and destinations. D. The OPC should reach out to the families of the deceased that have not accessed the autopsy reports and offer the reports. To Malawi Defense Force. A. The Commission recommends that MDF needs to upgrade the equipment in the existing fleet of aircraft in order to meet the emerging needs for the military and other users. B. The military needs modern equipment in adequate numbers to meet the needs of the military and the nation. C. The Commission recommends that as much as is practicable, there is need to ensure that the minimum equipment that comes with the aircraft is maintained in good order at all times. Where some equipment becomes obsolete and is upgraded, the owner of the equipment must ensure that the equipment is upgraded on time. Malawi Air Force. A. The Commission recommends that, as is the standard practice applicable to civil aviation, Air Force pilots should always comply with the weather report requirements prior to departure of aircraft at aviation aerodromes. B. The Air Force should have in place clear regulations, guidelines, and procedures for operations in marginal weather conditions in respect of civilian missions, including obtaining weather briefings at origin, en route, and at the destination. C. The Air Force should at all times ensure that any equipment capable of interfering with aircraft navigation, such as mobile phones, is not allowed or permitted to be used during flights. This must be particularly be enforced when carrying civilian passengers. D. The Air Force needs specific regulatory instruments, such as regulations under the Defense Force Act 2023, to ensure that there are clear rules, regulations for the Air Force, to ensure that standards and operating procedures of the Air Force have legislative effect and are complied with as required by the statute. E. The Commission recommends that the Air Force should be adequately funded to enable it discharge its mandate effectively for the proper maintenance of aircraft, payment for equipment, insurance, recurrency, and other training for pilots and related squadrons, and for their daily operations. F. The Commission recommends that Air Force should have on vote under MDF. G. The Air Force should maintain and enforce minimum standards of accommodation for the crew when outside duty stations to ensure that the accommodation is appropriate and is secure enough. H, the Commission recommends the immediate release of resources to enable the Air Force to service and repair all aircrafts which are parked due to lack of service. I, the Commission recommends that the Air Force should update their licensing regulations and ensure that there is full compliance in terms of aviation safety, regardless of whether the licenses are performing military or civilian operations. J, the Air Force should ensure that the crew undergo regular and mandatory trainings, simulator tests, and medical examinations in order to keep their licenses current. In particular, the Commission recommends that the Air Force flight crew should immediately undergo a terrain awareness refresher or training program consisting of ground and simulator sessions. K, the Air Force should ensure refresher training of flight crews and related personnel on rules of the air and related flight procedures, physiology, flight plans, and Malawi airspace structure. To Malawi Police Service, the Commission recommends that the Malawi Police Service should be fully equipped with aerial, ground, and marine equipment in order to ably discharge their constitutional mandate and also to meet the needs of society from time to time. B, the Commission recommends that the Malawi Police should adequately be resourced to procure their own aerial equipment such as unnamed aerial vehicles, aircraft, speed and rescue boat, air, ground and marine ambulances, and appropriate search and rescue equipment. C, the police should be funded to introduce a fully-fledged multi-sectoral and interdisciplinary in-house forensic pathology service that includes pathologists, toxicologists, forensic scientists, forensic photographers, and other relevant specialists as part of law enforcement generally and also as form of national disaster response. D, the police and relevant institutions should heavily invest in forensic pathology services by coming up with regulatory instruments such as registration regulations and similar instruments such as National Code of Practice and Performance Standards for Forensic Pathology in Malawi, either review the registration or, where necessary, enact new legislation. The police should immediately investigate the leakage of pictures at the accident scene and hold to account those responsible for the leakage. Further, since the leakage may also have emanated from the police themselves, the Commission recommends that the Director of the Independent Complaints Commission, established under the Police Act, Cap 1301, should also commence investigations on the police accordingly. F, the Commission further recommends that the police must ensure that the regulation of both mainstream and social media must be enforced, that people propagating misinformation, false and misleading information must be held to account. The Commission also recommends that the police must immediately investigate the stoning of the funeral procession and other vehicles and the burning of the government vehicle along the M1 road on the way to Nsipe. In the event that the police are already investigating the matter, the police must conclude the investigation and prosecution of the matters. To Department of Civil Aviation and Civil Aviation Authority. The Civil Aviation Authority should oversee development of a comprehensive national search and rescue plan in order to enhance the Rescue Coordination Center. B, the Commission recommends that the Civil Aviation Authority must review and update the aeronautical information in the AIP, which is called Aeronautical Information Publication, and any related documents and enforce its implementation in line with Civil Aviation Act and related regulations. C, the CAA must ensure that the entire Malawi airspace is properly monitored and that air traffic services, flight information services are provided on continuous basis. The Civil Aviation Authority must develop proper guidelines on preservation of scenes of aircraft accidents and how taking of pictures and which categories of persons are allowed to take pictures at the scenes. The guidelines should specify how the pictures once taken should be kept and the circumstances under which they can be released. E, the Civil Aviation Authority, in conjunction with the Airport Development Limited, ensure a refresher training of relevant air navigation service staff on phraseology, flight plans, rules of the air-related flight procedures, basic search, rescue, and Malawi airspace structure is carried out. To Airport Development Limited, ADL must reclaim, secure, and operationalize all gazetted airports, aerodromes, and airstrips as applicable to ensure that an aircraft in distress can easily land. ADL should ensure that essential airport equipment such as air traffic controller voice recorder, radar data recorders, radios are properly maintained and operational. All airports in Malawi of particular and urgent need, being the Muzuzu Airport, should have functional navigation equipment for takeoff or landing in any weather condition. To Ministry of Health, the Commission recommends the need for adequate human capacity and infrastructure development to achieve state-of-the-art pathological services in Malawi. B, the Commission recommends that there should be appropriate and adequate training for emergency medical services personnel who can provide immediate response in times of need, especially along major roads of Malawi. C, the Commission recommends that the Ministry of Health should establish and strengthen trauma centers along the major roads in Malawi, especially the M1 road and in other designated places. The emergency and trauma teams should be fully and appropriately equipped and should undertake regular drills. D, the Ministry should enhance capacities of high dependency units at major public hospitals and refurbish public mortuaries. The Department of Disaster Management Affairs, where there is need to use information from the telecommunication providers, the department should have easy and immediate access to all services, including telecommunication access, in order to provide a more responsive reaction to emergencies that would activate proper search and rescue operations. B, the department must provide guidance on leadership and coordination of search and rescue operations on the ground. Must be provided with adequate equipment to work in any condition. C, the Commission recommends that the search and rescue cluster under the National Disaster Response Plan should be undertaking mandatory emergency drills on search and rescue have emergency toll-free number. I thank you, Chair, and I submit.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Commissioner Kalia. Members of the media, thank you so much. You have persevered and been with us from 5 o'clock up to now. I hope you have heard the take-homes, and I hope you have taken notes closely so that when you go out, we inform the general public as correctly as possible. Fellow commissioners, let me thank you for bracing this evening and being with the media from 5 up to now. Your commitment to this exercise, as I indicated earlier, has been unparalleled, and I wish you all the best as you continue going forward serving the nation. As indicated at the beginning, this is the aspect that His Excellency directed that we present to the general public, and we shall be formally submitting the report to His Excellency the President as and when we have been given an opportunity to do so. Again, as earlier indicated, until such a time that the President receives the report and decides how to proceed with it, the report that we have read today remains within the Commission. So this is the end of the press conference. May the Lord bless you all. May we all have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Amenewo ndi Justice Jaba Alide wa pampando wa Commission imene President wa dziko lino Dr. Lazarus Chakwera anakhazikitsa kuti ifufuze zomwe zidachitika kuti ndege yomwe anakwera amene anali wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino malemu Dr. Saulos Chilima ndi anthu ena atatu ichite ngozi ku Chikangawa mboma la Mzimba. Ndi amafotokoza mwatsatanetsatane zonse zomwe zidachitika. Tsono pakali pano tafika kumapeto kwa mwambo umenewu, msonkhano wa atolankhani umene umachitika kuno ku Golden Peacock Hotel mu mzinda wa Lilongwe. Ndipo malo mwanzanga onse omwe tagwira ntchito kuno, ine Raymond Katayika tsopano ndikubwezeraniso ku nyumba yathu yolutsira mawu ku Chichiri komanso ku Kwacha mu mzinda wa Blantyre zikomo.
Lero ndi ripoti tikutero kuti ripoti limene commission imene yakhala kufufuza za imfa ya wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino Dr. Saulos Chilima komanso anthu ena asanu ndi atatu pa ngozi imene yachitika kumene ku Chikangawa kuti kodi zidakhala motani. Ripoti inali mchingerezi, tikukhulupirira kuti tikhale tikumva bwinobwino mchichewa. Timafuna kuti mwachidule kwambiri ndi akuluakulu awiri mu studio muno, ndi Humphrey Mvula, takulandirani Mr. Mvula kachiwiri, komanso Mr. Timothy Kateta.
Kwambiri Mr. Kanachi.
Ndithu ndi tsiku limene Mr. Mvula manena kuti ndi tsiku limene Amalawi takumbukiranso kapena ripoti imeneyi latikumbutsanso za imfa ya wachiwiri kwa mtsogoleri wa dziko lino ndi anthu ena asanu ndi atatu. Ripoti ndi imeneyi tilibe nthawi yambiri pano, ndimafuna kwambiri kuti mungochita breakdown mwachidule kwambiri ma points amene anafotokoza aja mchingerezi kuti mwina mukhoza kungofotokozapo kuti mwatolapo zotani mu ripoti imeneyi. Ndikatendebwera kwa kateta then titseka.
Mwina ndipitirize mmene nasiya paja kuti siku la lero ndosakhala bwino kwenikweni chikwati kuti kumbusa za imfa ya vice president athu amene anatisiya achilima ndi anthu ena amene anali nawo mndege. So ndi siku loti tizilankhula tili ndi chisoni komanso mwina kovuta kulankhula bwinobwino. Ripoti ndali kwambiri chimene mwina ine ninganene choti ripoti lesa kuyankha zinthu zambiri zimene Amalawi amafuna kuziziwa, inde zina sazimvesa zina komanso ena safuna kumvesa dala chikuti mwina mitima yawo inakhazikitsa pamaganizo awo ena kuti chimene chituluke mu ripoti muchikhale chakuti wina ngati chipako wakuti ndamene chimsalire. Koma ninganene kuti ripoti yaesa kuyankha ndithu lenda mwabwino mwene mwanondomeko ya bwinobwino. Kungoona mwachindunji afotokoza kuti anapeza kulankhula ndi anthu ambiri, anthu apereka ma evidence osiyana-siyana, komanso nanenanso kuti anthu ambiri ena amangolankhula pa social media koma kuti apite akalankhule nkhani zimene amazilankhula pa social media paja amalepera kupita. So kumeneko ndiye timati kusakhala citizen wabwino. Chika citizen wabwino ndamene pa nkhani ngati imene ikatuluka umapita kukalankhula kuti sopano uthandize anthu amene ali mcommission kuti mwina akhale atuluse nkhani. Kuona mmene zinalili mwina zifukwa zimene kwa ine zimene ndazitolapo ndionapo kuti wani pamene zikuoneka ngati environmental factors, climate, siku imene sinalira bwino, kuti mwina ndi ndege imene imayendera mwina sinathe kupanga cope ndi weather imene inalipo. So mwina one chimene chocho. Two, mwina mukuzolera kuti human factor, human error, anthu oyendesa ndegewo chikwa ananena kuti mapepala awo anasakhala bwinobwino, zambiri zinali zosalongosoka bwinobwino. Mwina zimene zonse zinali zinthu zimene chinapitako ngati imene chokuzana ndi ndegeyo. Pa human error pomwepo ndegeyi amachula kuti zinthu zina sizinali malo mwache zimene zinalipo. So mwina tinganena kuti zili ngati kulimenero. China kulekerera maofesi wa bomawa nthawi zina discipline imakhayo. So mwina chimene chativuta kwambiri pa democracy ndi kusakhala ndi discipline. Chifukwa mukuona kuti ndondomeko yopemphera ndege kuti munthu vice president ndi anthu ena ayigwiritse ntchito ilipo yoti komanda ene ndi amene amakasaina. And apa zikuoneka kuti even ya president samaziwa kuti vice awo abwera, and mwinanso samaziwa kuti ndi amene akayimirire iwo amaganiza kuti amene akayimirire poyamba achimwendo pena pazakhala ngati mwina vice president achipano ndi kusapezeka kuti panala vice president amene anali akubwera kumene anangobwera kuchoka South Korea kuti mwina zimene zozo zinali zoti communication sinakhale yabwinobwino chifukwa zimene zikanakhala zabwinobwino. Ndikuona kuti our PS aku office ya vice president nawonso anatenga nawo mbali yosakhala bwinobwino kulekerera kungokhala ndi maganizo kuti aningo ayimbira ame komanda ndifuna ndege igwire ntchito. Ndege imene inali pa hayala ndi ku family ya Maremu Kasambala ndi ndege inacho kwa uzuzu kubabwereso kuno kuzayambiraso koma madziwaso kuti pamene amapita ndi mtembo wa Maremu Kasambala weather sinali bwino. So kutandazo kutiso apa administration yathu iyo imakhala ndi mavuto makamaka mwina za mazoenda ya malamulo kuti sungakane mwina ndikanakhala ngati pilot pa nthawi imeneyi koma kumene tayenda zolo mmene zakhalira siku abwino onse kusindanso pilot mwina kukanakhala kovuta chifukwa ena atapita kale ali kunzuzu ndomwe amene tabweretse ndege izanyamukenso kumapita ukoko. Search and rescue mwina kumene koko ndi kuli mavuto kwambiri chifukwa tilibe zipangizo za ife tomwe zathu za Malawi. We have not invested mu emergency pakati madikira ma helicopter kuti atibwereke anzathu. Ife tinali ma helicopter olotekana pangako zinthu zoti tikhale ndi zida zathu tinalephera kupitiriza zina kuti weather ine mativuta kuti tinalibe zipangizo kuti mwina perepo zinthu zoti zovutirapo komanso zipangizo za mndege nazonso pamenepo ndikulekerera kuti kumakhala kuti ma voice recorder zina ndi zina munalibe zimene kuti mwina anthu akanaziwapo kuti apapa zina zake sizikukhala bwino kwenikweni. So kunena kuti mwina ripoti yo ndi yabwino kwa ine ndi yabwino koma ndikudziwa kuti pakhala anthu ena amene ripoti yosayivomereza chifukwa iwo afuna alimbane ndi narrative ya imene iwo yamanga nthenje kuyambira pa nthawi imene inachitika ngozi kuzafika lero akadali kukhulupirira kuti zimene iwo afuna kukhulupirira koma mwina pang'ono pokha closure ikoza kukhalapo kuona kuti pamenepa zinthu zinayenda bwanji chithunzi chimenechi chikoza kukhalapo koma kuti ziyende bwino inuyo atolankhani muthandize kufarisa zimene zili mu report osati kufarisa mayendoyendo mwina ma conspiracy theories. Report yatuluka palibe conspiracy theory apa imene ya isina kale exhausted. Ma recommendation kwa ine ndionena kuti mwina a president akalandira report ayendemo ndithu ngati munthu wina anampeza kuti adalakwa ora magona pa ntchito chikwapo chimpeze ndikukhulupirira kuti pamenepo decision making ikhale very drastic kuti mwina bwanawo akalandira report aonese mphamvu yawo ngati president chifukwa we have lost anthu ambiri komanso ndikukhulupirira limene ikhala ilithandiza ngati Malawi kuti pakachitika chinthu tiziphunzirapo zinthu zina zo how to go kutsogolo and mwina ndi chimene ninganene kwambiri komanso mwina tinene kuti apapa sinaone involvement yolekerera president kuti mwina sanagwire ntchito yawo yoti mwina sanagwire ntchito yokwanira sinaone komanso mtima wa president wonena kuti ripoti ipite kaye kwa anthu unali wabwino chifukwa ikanayamba wazina kwa iwo anthu akanota panga dokotala koma poti ripoti inayamba kubwera kwa ife anthu tosefe taimvera limodzi akachoka apa ndi azipita kwa president ndikukhulupirira kuti imeneyo aonesa transparency ndi accountability ndikukhulupirira kuti mwina tosefe mbali imene aonesa usogoleri wabwino mwina kupita kusogolo makomishoni wonse amene angamakhale tizisata njira yomweyi njira zomwezi kuti anthu chika komishoni sumayipanga kukhala ya president umayipanga kukhala ya Malawi kuti Malawi aziwe zimene zingakhalepo mwina ndimene ndingalankhulapo in brief.
Chabwino tathokoza kwambiri Mr. Mvula. Mr. Kateta mwatsatira bwinobwino report imene aliwerengera report imene atenga 4 hours 25 minutes awerenga ndi nthawi yatali pafupi 4 hours and 30 minutes awerenga report imeneli watsatira bwino kwambiri panali zimene anthu ambiri amafuna atamvetsetsa mu report imene wamva amene ankhulira Mvula iweyo ungawunikira Malawi pati fa report inali mchingerezi ndakakuonda iwenso utabwerapo pena ndipena pena kuona kuti pamafunikira kwambiri kuti Malawi apamvetsetse mwachitsanzo panali nkhani zokuti kodi ndege imeneyi inali ndi mafuta okwanira kuti ndege imeneyi ndi chifukwa chani itafika kunzuzu kuti yandikira kunzuzu ino napeza kuti mwana ngati mazungulira mwambamo komanso panali ulendo ndithu wautaliko ukafika kumene kuchoka pamene pachi kuti akafike munzuzu panali ka distance pamene anthu mafika kuti kwangati afika munzuzu komanso panali nkhani yakuti itagwa ndege anthu amafunsa kuti chifukwa chani ndege yagwa kuseri kwa phiri limenelo kuli nyumba komanso pafupi ni pomwepo chapafupi pena kuseri kwake kunali matawa a telephone za mmanja kuti anthu pamenepa amati chani bwanji sanadziwe kuti kumene ku ndege yagwa otani komanso pena pankhani kuti ndege yagwa amba kusaka ndege anthu ena amene kuti ndi chifukwa chani anthu anasiya kuyamba kusakasaka ndege idea zena ngati amene
aliyese ndipo wayimvera and in summary tikananguti basi ndimeneza achifukwa aliyese watsata muno bwino komabe kunkhanga tubwereza kuti ndimene afusira mucha kukufusa munthu choyambirira kuti kodi chinagwetsa ndege ndi chani afotokoza kale amvula komanso afotokoza kale mu report kunati chomwe chinagwetsa ndege ndi human komanso environmental factors that is very key kuna kuti ndege ina kwa zomwe zinachitika ndi amene amapanga amene amayendetsa ndegewo ndiona kuti funso lomwe kuti ndege inagwa chani chifukwa anthu ambiri amayankhula zambiri ayi mwina anthu ndege itachitika itapanga ngozi mwina anthu aja anamalizitsana apulumuka chani koma ripoti chafotokoza bwino kuti ndege iyi chinthu choyambira chomwe chinasokoneza kuti mpakana tikhale ndi ngozi yayikulu ngati imeneja inali weather and the weather yakunzuzu nthawi imeneja aliyesa kuzovomereza sinali weather yabwino ndefu sena mwana fusa kuti anthu ena amanati inagwa pafupi ndipo mudzi wina akuti it was easy kuti mwina akanatha kufika koma akuti ngakhale anthu amene anali kufupiko atamva sound ina yodabwitsa sakanatha kufika kumene kufika kuti wani weather sinali bwino and weather anzuzu kanacho wakhawo kunzuzu umadziwa ikati kalibe visibility tingati kuti uone wani kubwera mvula kuli mphepo ndi kupanganso nkhungu kunali kovuta kuti anthu poyambira adziwe kuti ndege chakwera apa koma chofunika kwambiri choti aliyese take home message inena kuti ndege ija inagwa chifukwa cha nyengo panalibe wina amene akhozana kuti ayi ndege ija mwina ena anachita kukonza kuti ndege ija igwe that's what was being speculated ndege ija inachita kukonzedwa kuti igwe anthu ankaita wamalizitsa koma ndege ija inagwa chifukwa cha nyengo komanso aspect ina ndina kuti anthu ina amafusa mwaisazo amene ali anduna ona za maboma ang'ono Richard Mwendo Banda amene ali secretary general wa Malawi Congress Party iwo chifukwa sanapezeke mndege cholinga na amafuna abe azipanga kone kuti chifukwa chani sanapezeke mndege mwina zinali zokonza koma afotokoza bwino kuti initial plan sinaende mmene inalili poyambirira nkagazati ono ndi amene akakhale ngati part of the cabinet amene akakhale ku maliro kuzovuta kucha kenaka there was a change kuti ayi malemu VP anazaonetsa interest ndipirako kuti ku maliro komanso there was a mention kuti malingana ndi protocol ya kuchipani amene ankaena akayimire ku maliro anali ndani aharenka ndawiri tsopano Richard Mwendo Banda anabaza kuti he was told kuti ayi simukakhalako ku zovuta zimenezo chifukwa chani VP abwera ndipo aonetsa interest kuti akatana akakhalapo komanso amafotokozera amvula chifukwa ina amayankhula kuti yayi mwina president ndamana atuma ya president amadziwapo kanthu koma afotokoza kuti kuli ndegeja kuti itanidwe ndi office of vice president malemu kuti ikawatenge zinaenda bwanji pana khanga tipena pake sipana yende mwandondomeko yake chifukwa kuti amaina president awauze kuti tufuna ndegeyi igwere ntchito zakuti ndipo amaina apachitika mapepala inu kozo ndivomereza akanachi loko mukafuna kuti muchoke pa office pano mukagwire ntchito simangonyamuka lero ine basi ndikupita pamene ndipakhale mapepala mukupita kuti mukatani kodi mukhapo anthu angati zofunika ndi ziyani koma during this incident there wasn't that ndondomeko ngati imeneyo unabuza kuti it was just like a phone call mena anafotokozera mvula kuti akuluakulu aku office ya malemu tufuna ndege mawa bwana afuna akakhale ku maliro zinazi zona kuti azifotokoza mu report so idusi kuti izizi nzona kuti report yankha zambiri ngakhale mvula afotokoza kuti pakhalabe ena afuna agwire chabodza chomwe afune achigwire koma report afotokoza bwino kuti ndege inagwa inali ngozi yomwe inachitika chifukwa wani nyengo komanso amene ankapanga control ndege imene manga mapilot panali pena pake pamene mwina ma decisions sanaende bwino chifukwa amazayankhula mu report muja kuti panali mmodzi amene ali experience kwambiri koma wina anali ngati kuti sanaende experience kwambiri komanso background ya zinthu zina zomwe zimafunikira kuti munthu amvomeze kuti endesa ndege ati mapepala amene sanaone so to cut the story short ina kuti report iyi ndi report yomwe Malawi amene amatsamira pa chilungamo Malawi ameneyo yamutsegula maso ndipo ndi report yomwe amatani kodi amayidikira kuti atani ayimve ndipo amvemvene chifukwa sitingane kuti onse aja anthu about 17 people ma commissioners aja kuti angagwizana kuti ndilembe zinthu zabodza never pamene palakwika ananena apatu sipanaende bwino mukonze apa china afotokozapo ma recommendations kuti mayapo tatu tenta akonze akai ndizoyenereza zenizeni komanso mwa defense force of course it my issues they are bordering on security kwa afotokozapo so kuti ukukonso mwa defense force tatiyeni kukhale budget apadadira kuti samaite kuti zikatigwera zoterezi inde inatigwera ngozi koma zimatha kuchitika ngati nthawi pano pati nthawi ya mvula taona dodoma kuti fotokozapo kuti mwina pena pake kukhala ma flooding samaitodikira abale ochokera maiko akunja atithandize ofunika patokha tikhale ndi equipment modern equipment komanso equipment izipangidwa service bwino so to cut the story short komalizira ndiona kuti tathokozeso kwambira president Dr. Lazarus Chakwera amanena kuti musanandipasene report chonde ngauze na Malawi and you see kuti MBC ndi maweresena onse takhala ndi first hand information kulutsa pompo ma commissioners atanena kuti report tiulutsa mawa a president akanakhala munthu ena kanati ndipasenga report ndione koma anthu akanati chani ataiona ndeti mwina analamula ma commissioners sinthanapa koma ma commissioners aja report ija ndiyoti aitipatsa ifa Malawi akuti mtsogoleri wa dziko asanapatsidwe. What does that tell you? Mtsogoleri wa dziko Dr. Lazarus Chakwera amatsamira pa choonadi ndipo ananena kuti ine Malawi ndikuwuzani chomwe report Malawi muonadi choonadi chenicheni chokhuzana ndi nkhani kotero kuti ineyo Malawi report ija ikadzati ma commissioners akazakhala kuti agwira ntchito ija ineyo asazandipatse kaye ineyo ndalamula ma commissioners kuna kuti inuyo ma commissioners report ija kakhala ready apatse na Malawi mukapatsa kenakene muzandipatse muzandipatse no like formally koma in the first place that decision our president una kuti report don't give it to me apatse na Malawi inaka report that's very commendable chifukwa mtsogoleri wa dziko anakhulupirira ndipo amakhulupirira kutsamira pa choonadi kuti as long as ineyo ndili mtsogoleri wa dziko lino I'm accountable to Malawi ino ma commissioners gwira ntchito yanu and there wasn't any kind of interference tamvati ma commissioners ena amene asankhidwa anena kuti ayine fesilipirira so ma commissioners 17 amene atipatsa report iyi amene ajaunda amene a Malawi tina kwakhulupirira chifukwa iwaja agwira ntchito ndipo timaliza kuona kuti poyambira timaona ngati ntchito ija ndiophweka ino ndile taona report ja almost 4 hours kuwerenga word by word sentence by sentence ndeti ma commissioners aja tayamikira agwira ntchito ikulu kwambiri ndipo pita chitsogolo ma recommendations ena onse amene ndinendo aja onse aja atsatidwe kuti ena kuti ndithu kumagenda maliro amene anachita zimene zijazo apolisi alamulidwa ndipo report iyi yanena kuti we are recommending kuti immediately apolisi fufuzana amene apanga zimene ziyandinadi ndiye tikuzati pofufuza pajena amamba utembenuka kuti maona akuti tsata apolisi akha kufufuza kuti amene ndithu anagende chifukwa madamu awo amalemo anadandaula kuti fe tikubwera ndithu nagendedwa magalimoto kuyatsidwa so the police should act aliyense amene wauzidwa kuti do this report commission of inquiry yapereka ma recommendations that each and every agency ya boma ene yakutsatira so inene kuti in conclusion ndena kuti report iyi ndiyofunikira kwambiri chifukwa yabweretsa chilichonse chomwe timachiganizira mwina mwankhani ma speculations encha koma yavundukula zizonse ndikukhala pambalambanda kuti ife titafufuza tapeza izi sizongoti tangochoka mbuto mwathu koma timayankhula ndi anthu.
Nathokoza kwambiri Mr. Mvola ndifuna kupasani mpata kuti mutsendera motani makamaka pa report limeneli tikumva kuti anthu pamene anali ku makamaka amene anali ku pafupi ndi umene unagwa ndege akuti umene ucha kumaswedwa miyala akuti pamba atamva amamva ngati mwina ndi miyala imene akuswa kumene kuti kumakhala amapolisa mabomba ndi amagaza ndi zimene mukuganiza kuti mwina pamene tikutsiriza Amalawi agwire chiti makamaka ya report imene
mene mwana mkola ndizoona chikana na report moja kuti mbali ina maswa miyala ndipiri so amene nali mbali inayo amamva sound kuganza kuti mwina ndi mabomba ukusha miyala so kutona zozi anthu ena manena kuti ayi basi ndo utanaona yatanaona kwa because sinali mbali ina yapiri kwina mbali amene kubena kunali school ndi mbali ina so yapiri therefore anthu amangopenekera ena maganza kuti mwina generator ya purika mene imapanga
report kutela
generator ya purika so nkani zilona kuti watchman akutawayanja maziwa anmamva ripoti yakana sana vanaamve panalibe munthu amene anandi chithunzi. Ndizoona kuti anthu angapo ananena kuti amaiona ndege isakuti
ikulu kwa chapansi
chapansi komanso anenaso ngakhale mu technical report imene imakhalapo kuti ndege ija ikanapanga fly kwina up to about 11,000 feet koma inali chama 7,000 inali low. So zimene zizoona kuti ngati kunali nkhungu ndege mauluka low unthungwa munja wakuluwawa unthungwa chikangawa kuli mitengo yaitalitali. So it was possible kuti mwina anthu osanayione zina zamangoganizira mangomva sound ora kuti ndege zina zopanga zoyang'ana zofufuza zinthu siyana zimadusa zimakhala ndi sound yake. So zimenezo mwina zinalipo ngati anthu amamva masaundi amene amawaganizira mmutu mwawo koma panalibe munthu amene anatha kuona kuti ndege ija yukagwapo kuti anayiona ndi kukhala kuti yagwa pamenepo. And ananenaso kuti ripoti paja kuti poyamba ma information anali yosiyana. Ena manena kuti tukanga tinayiona ikupita chakuikwendeni tikuiona kati yazera uku kuti ina zadusa pa airport koma mulipoti pakulira kuti ndege yasina adusa ja ku airport. Komanso anthu aja kwene kufufuza kunavuta chifukwa kunali ma information osiyana amene amapangisa kuti poyamba mamoti arunjike kumene adayamba kuchikanga wako anayamba apita chakuikwendeni kupita madera ena ndi ena kumene amapita kuganizira kuti ndi kumene anayiona ndege wanamva zochitika zake. So mwina that we have delayed kupita malo oyenera koma mwina chachikulu kwambiri choti ife kusowa zipangizo zoti mwina tingapange zipangidwe mwabwinobwino komanso mwina kusakhala ndi communication yokwanira yoti kuti zipange bwanji kusata chikuti ananenaso pacha kuti ndege ija pamene imachoka ku Lilongwe kumapita uko imakhala kuti amaipasa Malawi 2 tandozo kuti VP kuchoka Lilongwe range ama Lilongwe kumapita ku Nzuzu imapeza kuti ukhala ndi original number imene imakhala. So all those things were mwina distorting kuti anthu amene ati kudziwa kuti chilipo ndi chani zimenezi. Koma chachikulu chimene ninganene mungu osafuna ngozi ikafuna kuchitika ori ikachitika nzeru zonse zimatha zimene zimachitika zinthu zimakhala kukhanga zaufiti chifukwa mumaganiza kuti nonse mumabalalika kuti mupange zinthu. So zimene zimwena mulungu anaganiza kuti njira abale athuwa apite kumwamba kuzera munjira iti imene iyi and then aliyense anooneka kukhala ngati munthu osakhala ndi nzeru zogwirizana because ngakhale kuti munthu kandi asikwese anapanga decide kupanga procure ndege osapempha permission kuchoka kwa president and bakanena kuti andina timangopanga choncho ndakata ili kuti memorandum imene inakulesa kuti muzikapempha. There is no way ungatenge chinthu ngati ndege ya MDF osafusa commander in chief ife tabira kona zabomaji ozo singateke chiwena ukafusa commander in chief iwe ngati PS ulemba kwa SPC alemba kwa president kunena kuti ata kufuna kugitsa ntchito chanu ndege ndikuti wankuluja avomereza kuti chabwino ya kugitsa ntchito that means of transport. Komanso sizikanachitika kuti ndege yaipa kaya haya anthu ena ili kuzuzu ndi muipange authorize chikananga ndege utakwelamo vice president. Citizen number 2 imafuna kuti iduse through proper checks and inspection kuti kuti ndege ili bwanji chifukwa zimene anthu maganiza kuti mwina mafuta anatha mafuta analimo okwanira
4 hours
analimo soti abwinobwino mafuta analimo okwanira koma kuti mwina ndege inali ndi 40 yes tinamve kuti kunali 40 inayi. So mwina zinangotichita kuti soka titigwere ngati Malawi ndikuza kunena pa mwina mbali imene yoyo koma ndikudziwa kuti poti nkhani ya maliro imabalalisa anthu ngakhale tinene pano tikamalankhula choncho tikuoneka kukhala anthu oyipa amene sitikulemekeza maliro a anthu amene anatisiya koma mwina tingolankhulapo chilungamo kuti report ijatuluka zikhala zofunikira kuti anthu tilunjike pa report ngati muno magawo ena amene tikuona kuti mwina report sinapange answer commission ilipo tu nanga tikuza kuipempha ukapempha a president kuti anthu apange raise ma areas amene commission sinapange cover kuti ibwerere koma ndikukhulupirira kuti a commission apanga ntchito yabwino alide watu athokoze kuti despite zonena zambirimbiri apanga zinthu zabwino report yo atulusa Malawi TNTDA report tione yangane kusogolo lisati bwerese udani kwambiri kuikapo zinthu zimene mwina si hizo tione report facts kuti facts do not lie chilungamo siyimagwiririka ya siyima namaso chilungamo kuti chilungamo ndichi ndiye munthu kumazembera dala uku kumapeza ma conspiracy theories takhala nawo maripoti tsopano ndi awiri takhala ndi ripoti ya anthu amene anapanga ndegewo aku Germany zikhale ndi interim report takhalanso ndi medical report amene anthu aja awayang'ana kuti kuti anamwalira ndi chani kuti anthu aja akanachira akanapulumuka ananena madokotala kuti sizikanatheka kupulumuka anthu anamwalira ndi impact ya ndege sikuti panenso munthu wina anatulusa regeni kuponya panali china chake kuti anatulusa anaomba ndi futi anachita anati amadikira kuchire komweko anachita kwamaliza zimene zisizoona so mwina tiyeni tijoke pa ripoti ilipo khala ndi tiziona zoona kuti zoona ndi izi ndikudziwa kuti anthu ena mawayilesi ena amene amakhala ma social media umu akuita kuchalira kuti akamuva zoona kuchoka kwa ife koma mwina kupanga specialized kunena zaboza si bwino
tsono kudabwitsa kwake anthu amene tamva kuti anthu amene anayenera kuti mubwere muzapereke maganizo anu akuti anthu asanu okha amene anaonesa chidwi anthu asanu amene apereka maripoti awo ndosakwana anayi sonjeza kuti ndiye kuti anthu mwina akhala mwangonena ndakakonda ndakapeza amenepa koma mwina malanga ndi nthawi titekere pamenepa amvula nakudulani ngati
ngomaso mwina just a second amvula imodzi aspect inamwe nkhani ya nyengoyi kuti ndege ija inagwa ifo cha nyengo even iso to akazi amalemu arafika sambala mulipoti mjasa afotokoza kuti ife ngakhale tinkapita uko inenda khandukwera ndege koma nyengo mwina kumana nayo uko ndiyomwe inali yodabwitsa kwambiri ndipo ineyo I felt very uncomfortable kuti ndikhale mu ndege chifukwa ngumati ndeti nyengo inangochitika pa ndege mwina inachita ngozi ngakhale so mmene inanyamula zovuta za malemu rafika sambala maya kunyumba kwa atafunsa ananenaso kuti masiku amene wo ife takwera ndege metinkakapita ndizovuta nyengo ya mtundu mino sinamene aonaponso moyo wanga inali nyengo yodabwitsa kwambiri nchifukwa yake tinakhudzidwa atu ndi ngozi ngati imeneyi
afrozadi choncho Mr. Mvula ndipasa 30 seconds yeni 30 seconds
ndilibe ndikuzobana nkula
chabu ndathokoza kwambiri ndithokozeni Mr. Mvula kuti munabwera kuti report mwalitsata bwino komanso munabwera tsunaketi kuitana nesoni kuti ndizapitiriza pamenepa kuti mwina tafotokoza zina ndiye tikufunani mubweranso tathokoza kwambiri Mr. Kaleta tathokozeni munabwera
kwambiri
ndiye ndithokozenso kwambiri anthu amene mwakhala mukutsatira program ineyi tinali nzathu Raymond Kataika kuti Longwe komanso kumbukani kadiwa kumeneku ndi akuluakulu osiyanasiyana Blessings Job ndi anzake kumene kuma engineers amene anachita zotheka kuti tithe kuonera bwinobwino zonse zimene zakhala zikuchitika po fotokoza ripoti limeneli motsogozedwa ndi Justice Jaba Alide amene ndi wapampando wa commission imeneyi kuno ku Blantyre Nigeria anzanga awiri amenewa Mr. Humphrey Mvula komanso Mr. Timothy Kateta ine ndi Blessings Kanache nthokoze kwambiri makamaka amene nawo chimwe khungulu pa final control center komanso saiwala Humphrey Morin amene wakhala kuthamanga pa camera kuchoka kwa ine ndithokozeni mali pamenepo kuonera komanso kumvera program ineyi makomanonse